Quickly before you go live.
Too late. One sec.
Never mind.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are live again with the Pangburn Hangout. Today's question to guide the daily topic, I guess, which can jump around to some degree, is what is important to you? And I hope we get into how people are evaluating importance in their life. I think inevitably um, it's going to come down to what their pleasure drive dictates. But we'll see what happens. We got Fuego in the room to kick things off. Fuego, what's important to you?
Freedom.
Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Um, Definitely to me too. Like free time, I add in that. I think it's,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those things that you can't buy back, right? As life moves forward. Um, so I think free time really is the hot commodity out there. Or the rare element that.
That's encompassing in my that's part of what I call freedom.
Yeah.
But the freedom I speak of is uh, the freedom to be yourself, the freedom to talk your mind, go where you want, do where you want.
Right.
That's what's
Right.
important to me. Like, a lot of people get caught up in a 9 to 5 for so many years of their life. I recently got caught up into that myself, and I had to mash brakes because you're getting money in your hand at the end of the week, at the end of the fortnight, or the end of the month, and you kind of become dependent on it. You just get lulled into something, and before you know it, your life is done.
Right. Interesting.
I think, yeah, I think it's something we have to battle against.
Mm.
I think we need to find new ways of living, and that's why I love this age we're living in.
Yeah.
Because with technology and the internet, you can actually do that.
Mm-hmm.
You can make money from home. You can make money anywhere in the world now.
Yeah. I uh, I I totally agree. I think we're living in the best uh, stretch of time that we could have hoped for. Steven Pinker in Enlightenment Now underlines the statistical reality of that. Things, life used to be. I I mean, even if you go back as soon as like just recently, 50 years, things have gotten a lot better.
I agree. And
But for
it's
society as a
ironic.
whole, not for some individuals, though.
Yeah, we're speaking just. I would, and you're right, Srijan. Welcome. Um, I'm speaking generally. Of course, when you start looking at individuals or even individual towns, it's like, okay, a town burned down last night. They were way better before that town burned down.
I'm not saying that way too, like that way would be correct, but what I'm saying is even a less bit. Let's just take, for your own comfort purposes, you can't have slaves now that you could have 200 years ago.
But who wants slaves?
No, but no, nobody wants slaves, but you can't have slaves.
Yeah, and now, wouldn't you say that's a good thing?
Yeah, that's a good thing for society as a whole, but
Mm-hmm.
not a good thing for the people who want slaves.
Sure. And look, it's a lot of people are going to have that attitude of and I'm strictly speaking from my moral foundation when I say this, right? Maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. When I look at the well-being of society, it includes taking into consideration people's claims of, oh, I miss the good old days of being able to own slaves. And then I'm like, well, that was antithetical to those slaves' well-being. We can demonstrate that almost across the board. You can make some finicky arguments as to how, like, some slaves might have said, like, I enjoyed living under my master. But in general, owning another person as property under my moral foundation, it's antithetical to their well-being because they don't have freedom. Okay, I'm just gonna pull down there. What up, Dal? Yo. What is important to you, Srijan?
What do you mean?
What is important to you? What do you mean? What do I mean?
What's important to me?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Not much.
Come on.
Freedom, I think.
Give us a little more than that.
Freedom, I think. Like,
freedom. Okay. Dal, you're really hard to hear, and we're also getting a lot of like scratching or something. Okay, so freedom. What about women?
you know, when I'm free to do whatever I want, then I can go with whoever I want. Women are important, of course.
Well, yeah, that's it, but I'm saying like that, of course, isn't necessarily going to be very high on some people's list.
It's not very high on mine too.
Really? Women aren't up there? Man, it's got to be like, what is important to you? Women. It's very high on my list. I mean, sex in general is super high on my list. And I'm a heterosexual man, so, women are way up there. Bruno, back me up on this. Are women important to you? Bruno, can you hear me? Bruno. Okay. Can't hear Bruno. Dal, what's important to you?
Did you ask if I should mute my mic?
No. I was asking you, I said back me up on this. Are women important to you?
Oh my God. It's the perfect question to ask right now. Man. Honestly, the right ones are.
Yeah.
But when you get into a situation where, you're a crazy lady, man, it's the most difficult thing. But, yeah, I'd say so.
I guess, and then let me ask it this way. Is pussy important to you?
Aha! That's a different question now. I thought you were asking for like a
But I mean, pussy is attached to the woman, right? Sorry, what was that, Sir John?
You're being transphobic.
You're being misogynistic, yeah. All that. Is pussy important? Of course it is.
How high on your hierarchy of importance?
Honestly, if it's on someone who's fucking crazy, I won't take it.
Yeah.
But if it's in someone who's if it's in someone who's like great, I take it. Like, I'm really particular in that. So how high is it? 6 for me, honestly. 6 out of 10 times I take it.
Okay, so 6 out of 10. So that's not super important. So what's for you when it comes to what is important to you? What's up in that 10 level or even a 9?
Now, are we talking about just casual sex or like relationship?
Well, I'm just talking just when we're talking about importance in your life. What is important to you?
What's important to me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different question.
Well, that's what that's why I started asking. Are women important to you? Is pussy important to you? and you said 6 out of 10. Now, what is important to you that is beyond pussy?
Right. What's important to me beyond pussy? Loyal friends.
Really?
I'd say that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, loyal friends.
Friend.
Definitely. Genuinely good people, man. I'd say that for sure. And maybe a bit of cash, you know.
Money. Okay, so you put money up there.
Money up there. Friends first for sure. Friends and family, then money because you've got access to resources, and then what else? Actually, hold on a second. I didn't put in my No, money would be third. Second would be aspirations, I suppose, ambitions.
Right.
That's quite important. But yeah, so friends, ambitions, and aspirations. Sorry, I'm on the road.
No worries.
Friends, ambitions, and aspirations. And then money. Yeah, that's about it.
Cool.
For me.
And what about technology?
What do you mean exactly?
Just let's just take the general scope of modern technology. How important is that to you?
It's important. Obviously, it makes life easier. It's important, but not as important to me because I'm not really tech savvy.
Right.
I would even wager. I don't mean to sound like a nerd, but I'd say philosophy is much more important to me than technology. Well, in the realm of discipline, but and perhaps in the realm of life actually. But yeah, it's a very broad question, right? Is technology important to you? It's like, well, it depends. I mean, it is, but in what context?
Well,
so,
I would say here's some context for you.
Yeah.
If you get in a car accident, the technology of medical science is going to give you a pretty damn good chance of surviving.
Oops. I just deafened myself.
No, you're kind of popping in and out. Oh, I think you did. Oh, I think someone server deafened you.
Hello.
Oh, I think it was. Oh, that's weird. Who server deafened you? Oh, weird.
Yeah, I didn't. I think I did it to myself.
That was my fault. My phone was open in my pocket. Sorry, guys.
No worries. Let's jump to you, Dal, while we have you. What is important to you?
I'd say something like elevating and sustaining the well-being of persons and other experiential beings.
Yeah. Yeah,
Something like
love
that.
it. Yeah, that's great. I like that. Yeah, that's essentially at the top of my morality, and we talked about this. Hey, Ethio, welcome back.
Hi.
Welcome, Matrix. Welcome. Yeah, we basically we talked about our moral foundations, and it'll be interesting to see how many people answer morality when they put that on their hierarchy of what's important to them. It'll be interesting to hear. Ethio, what's important to you?
Above all else, well-being.
Well-being, okay.
Well-being, yeah.
And would that be just general well-being for all things, or do you specify between certain things?
Well, for example, if there were a criminal, right, who were to oppress another person, and then after, what is called, be put in the prison system and have a death sentence, I'm against the death penalty, right? So when I look at that person, I want to rehabilitate the person that is going to be killed with the death sentence. So I want to use an example of the prison system as a method to make people better.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my whole point is, even people that are scumbags should be given a second chance. That's the sense of well-being I have.
And what about a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh chance? Like as many chances as you need to give them, because eventually, and one thing I'll talk about is I essentially have the same view as you, but one thing I do recognize is that we will be able to determine through clinical psychology whether it's safe for the people around me and my well-being to actually ever let this person out. But I think that doesn't mean that we can't maximize their well-being while being contained away from the rest of society. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, let's jump to Bruno. If you could just mute when you're not speaking, we're just getting a bit of stuff. Jan S. Or actually, let's go to Matrix first. Matrix, what is important to you? If Matrix can speak right now, I don't know if you're able to. Okay, let's go to Jan S. Jan S., what is important to you?
Jan, did you forget already?
Oh, that's Srijan. Never mind. We already heard from Srijan. Let's go to Zetman. Zetman, welcome.
Pangburn,
welcome.
Who are you?
What is important to you, Zetman?
The people I love and I care about.
Yep, that's a good one. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're important to you?
Because I get my sense of meaning by engaging with other people, other individuals, and especially my closest people, and I care about them. It's what makes sometimes life meaningful and enjoyable.
Interesting. Now let's examine that a little bit. What happens if you find yourself in a reality or stranded on a desert island when you don't have anyone else around you? You may still have the memories of them, but what would be important to you in those scenarios? And let's say, survivability wasn't really that much of an obstacle. Let's throw survivability out the window. What else would be important to you?
Trying to find people, I guess, other intelligence agents capable of language or communicating with me.
Oh, okay. Now, what I'm trying to do with this hypothetical I'm painting for you is try to remove anyone else or any other entity from, your potential interaction or even your pleasure drive, I would say. So what outside of others is important to you?
I would say staying alive, I guess. I mean, yeah, we moved out of survivability. I would say learning about my environment then more.
Cool.
How to adapt, how to get better,
What are some things about the environment that inspires you to want to learn about it?
The complexity and the weird nature of the environment I live in. I don't understand it, so I seek to understand it.
Right. And would you say you garner a lot of pleasure out of that, out of even imagining that process?
I mean, I would say, yeah, maybe some type of pleasure, but yeah, I would say you can say it's type of pleasure, yeah.
Cool. Alexander, how's it going, buddy? Good. What is important to you, Alexander?
I would say many.
Oh, you're cutting in and out a bit. Can you try again?
Maybe this will help. I'm having mic issues.
That's better. Yeah.
Kind of many things, but if I had to narrow it down, like freedom and meaning in my life above all.
Okay, cool. Now, how do you what do you look to find meaning?
Well, to a large extent, I'm still figuring that out. But what benefits my well-being in a certain sense, but it's what I feel like gives me purpose, what motivates me to continue my existence. I mean, if I didn't have meaningful or worth living for, then I feel like just knowing me, I'd probably give up pretty. So whether it be through my work or through social connection, or now for me a lot of times work, but
yeah,
that gives me the motivation. Like I'm doing something that I feel is impactful, but is also rewarding.
Right.
You asked me that question. You didn't actually ask me that question. It's a different question.
Yeah. No, we'll get to you in a second. I just want to examine Alex a little further here with that.
Yeah, that's all right.
So let's remove your work and others, what and we'll kind of throw the same question. We'll probably throw this around to the room. When you're kind of just in your own mind and there's no other minds around, if you can imagine this hypothetical, what would be important to you at that point? And let's also throw out survival.
Right, of course. I guess that's a hard hypothetical. So I can, for now, I can only think of it in terms of like what I do when I'm alone that I
Right.
actually find reward. And I mean, certainly knowledge is big for me. I like reading. I like learning to understand myself and the world better than I do. And sometimes I don't know what to call it, and I don't want to be too esoteric about it. But things you talk about, art, music, beauty, I mean, things like that can also be with plenty of context. I really like music in particular, and so I'll just sit and listen to music for hours at a time. It gives me enough enjoyment to get me through days if I want.
Yeah. Well, that's why at the foundation of my my philosophical coaching, and at the foundation of what I think should be the fundamental processes that guide us, is artistic and scientific inspiration. Those things are completely absent of anyone else when I think we're trying to build the individual, which I think is important to focus on, because all the other stuff after that is just gravy. But the idea of acquiring knowledge, I put this in the realm of scientific inspiration, and from that pursuit, you're going to even find some cross contamination, that you're going to be garnering some artistic inspiration from that, because you're going to want to find ways to explain the experience of being out there, putting your hand up against an old growth cedar in the middle of the forest.
And even so, like in another way, I mean, there's certainly, like, I think of music a lot.
Yeah.
Are things I listen to just because I got a good beat, it sounds cool. But some of the songs that mean the most resonate with me personally, or that I feel express humanity, if you will. You know, and that's what's important to me. And maybe, you know, like the kitschy pop song for someone else doesn't for me, but like those songs that get to that touch on that inspiration provide a lot more meaning than ones that are just cool to listen to.
Right. You're still breaking up a bit. I don't know if you can find a new location wherever you are. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll do what I can.
Okay, let's jump to Bruno. Bruno, you had something to come in with because you heard a question that sparked something. Bruno, are you still there? Oh yeah.
Yeah. What was the question again?
I don't know what drove you to want to jump in. Do you remember?
No, I can't really.
Oh, okay. Well, let's welcome Sean Sullivan. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ask you the question, Bruno. If you could mute too. Yeah, thanks. Sean, what is important to you?
That's a loaded question. Say the important thing, I guess, is for me, well, it's a threefold thing. It's, well, what good can I do that reduces tragedy and suffering in life, I guess, is one. Two, understanding the nature of existence, because that's not something I think we've really figured out. And three is just to continue aiming at, whatever or whoever it is I'm supposed to ultimately try to be.
Okay, interesting. So that last one was kind of pursuing. Would you say? I know you're a reader of Peterson, kind of the greatest good that you could become within that hierarchy. Would that kind of be that third point you were making?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then you also said doing good and attempting to minimize suffering. This is kind of, I would say, you're essentially saying morality is important to you, which I think is good. And then the other one was, what the hell is going on? So you're pursuing being a social scientific field, and that would be that endeavor. So that's that's interesting. Matrix, are you with us, or are you? Or he's muted. He's not going to be able to hear me anyway. So Ethio, I'll throw that at you. This idea of there. Can you remind me what you said was important to you? You mentioned
well-being.
Well-being, right? Now, let's throw out survivability and well-being for a second. What else is important to you?
If you're speaking in the context of survivability, I think those type of things where you're put in a situation where it's out of your control, where there's an outcome, and the only thing you can do is respond to that situation, then I think these are exceptions to the idea of well-being, because in the end of the day, people have this desire, or innate desire, and what is called protecting things that are closer to them than other strangers. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
So if we're speaking in the context of well-being, I would say, because right now we live in a way more easier time where we could think of more of the collective than ourselves,
Sure.
our own individual desires. So I'm saying right now we're in a better position to think of others than we were back then, where we only have to struggle and survive. Because if you say, let's say, poor, or if there's this family poor in France, and they had to steal an apple from a market to survive because they were going to die, is that in a sense immoral, or what? Because to me, I can't say that's immoral, because the well-being of that family to survive is a situation where they have to survive. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and we won't go too deep into morality, but the way my moral foundation responds to that is, an individual should be seeking to maximize well-being for themselves and those around them, and collectively our laws should be built around that. So if someone is breaking the law, I still say that it is immoral for them to break the law. But and the reason why I say that is because if they were engaging with maximizing well-being for themselves and those around you in an absolute way, there are always avenues and ways within the law to take care of that situation and not go out and break the law and commit robbery or theft. And what I mean by that is that instead of in that hypothetical going to steal an apple, the person who's engaging with maximizing well-being for themselves and those around them should go door to door and ask for an apple to feed their family. And if you take into consideration your understanding of what the social ape is and the general attitude towards people who are hungry and suffering and people who ask for an apple, you're going to do very well very quickly without breaking the law in getting that apple.
When you say that it is situational in the sense of, let's add to this hypothetical where this person has went to every house in that area, and they've all replied no. And the family that are struggling right now, that could barely survive, need to steal food to survive. Are they immoral?
Yes. So the reason why it's still immoral is that they didn't plan to maximize the well-being for themselves and those around them constructively, which is part of the moral foundation. It's like if you find yourself with your pants down and a lot of the time, and this is what I'll say, Ethio, a lot of the time when people say, I have exhausted all options, they've only exhausted a couple options. And look, this is what I'll say. If you're living in a country where it's not clear in the law of the land that would be against the law to do that, for instance, let me show you this scenario. A person gets pepper sprayed by like some guy wearing a balaclava running by, and he's laughing about it while he runs away. And you grab a piece of, or you grab a bottle of water from someone's like concession stand without paying for it, and you use that bottle of water to splash it on their eyes. There is some gray area within morality where you can say, where you're going to have to make a taste judgment. And if moral systems were objective, we would be able to say definitively in every situation, this is immoral or this is moral. But I think this is why we essentially have judges and juries, because at the end of the day, in some cases, we have to make a taste determination based on all of the mitigating factors that are contributing to this situation. So inevitably, you will be able to come up with some scenarios where your moral foundation is going to have to sway one way or the other, and it could have went either way. If we could escape that, we would have an objective morality, I think, but I don't think, as far as I can tell, that exists. But again, okay. I don't want to get into morality too much today. We spoke a lot about it yesterday.
Okay.
But yeah, I wanted to hear a little more from Dal, and then after this we'll just open up the room along, and let's try to keep to the topic of what is important to you, because what we will then talk about next is, what do you think is a stupid importance in people's lives, an importance that they hold that we just think is dumb. But Dal, did you have any more things that are important to you that we haven't covered here?
Maybe it's kind of two things. Maybe understanding what is true, or maybe more so providing an environment where a honest dialectic to find that truth can take place.
Yep.
I think that's probably my number two.
Oh, that's a good plug for the new Pangburn, the Pangburn Offensive YouTube channel.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think we're both kind of doing, like, I'm not really doing it. I have my own server in my spare time, but yeah. It seems like we're united in that front of creating a conversation place.
Yeah, man. I think it's so important with some of these mainstream platforms. The great platformers of this age is how this, I think, will be referred to in human history. If we're to jump forward generations, Twitter, YouTube, there seems to be a separation going on, when really what feeds the war of ideas and yields the best results is keeping ideological differences together to engage in ideological battle. And now more than ever do we need to be bringing competing ideas together and engaging in good faith, helpful discourse. And I think anyone who is doing that is a friend of mine, I'll tell you. What are some stupid, when we look at what people find important to them, what are some stupid things? And I understand that this is going to be subjective, but let's jump into the subjective full blast. And what are some stupid things that people find important? And I'll just open that up to the room.
So what do you mean by people? Do you mean by society? Do you mean by what we're
seeing
in our social surround?
Yeah, so society or individuals, whatever, however you want to take that.
Well, I would say that for me, I would say the dominant seems to be importance.
Sorry, you broke up there,
say,
Sean. Can you start again? Sorry.
I would say what I've observed, or at least what it seems that people act out, is that what's important to them is their moral, virtuous reputation and how they're willing to engage in what I would consider some reprehensible behavior in the name of that.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. Does anyone disagree with that?
I would add one thing. I don't know if it would be. I would say that the most. I wouldn't say like stupid thing. I would just say like the most unfortunate thing is like any ideological belief or any act that basically lacks any sufficient reasoning behind it or even rationality as well. I would say this is pretty dangerous and pretty dumb. I would say, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, canceling other individuals, and I don't mean just not working with other individuals that you disagree with or not buying their product. I mean actively creating social justice mobs to use tactics to try and destroy someone's career. It happens to people like Jordan Peterson. It happens to a lot of people smearing these smear campaigns that aren't based in legality. They're based in this social justice, culty-like behavior. That seems to be really important to some people, and I think that's just stupid. Also, group identity. I think group identity is retarded.
I mean, I disagree. I would say anything that has sufficient reasoning and rationality behind it is fine. Some group identities, some even like extreme SJWs, if they have the sufficient reasoning and the rationale behind their actions, that would still be fine.
I think, and Zet, I'll push back on you on that. I agree with Ben Shapiro on this, that SJW, social justice, it in essence is, and the only way I can describe it really is evil. There's other ways to describe it, but what it does is they can't. There's something that they want to see legislated and controlled, and under the law of the land that everyone has, you know, and let's say in the West, in democracy, everyone has agreed to the law of the land, or you can lobby to have laws changed within democracy. But these people want to find a way, a loophole where they can actually enforce their version of a law on others through social justice. And I think that's an evil idea, and it's something I agree wholeheartedly with Ben Shapiro on.
Why do you think it's evil?
Because a group of people with the technology that exists today, a group of people could bind together, and it's happened in history, could bind together and radically under anonymous characters, let's say on the internet, can bind together and write anonymous articles and anonymously spread this stuff without any legal recourse. And they can be successful in destroying people's career. And when the person who actually is a law-abiding, law-adhering citizen wishes to fight against this with legal action, they start realizing that none of these fucking people are acting as themselves in this environment. They are acting anonymously. But the damage has already been done.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's of course not justified.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm talking about when I say evil, Zed.
Yeah, but that's okay. Then we don't really need to generalize it. We can speak specifically of the group of people who think they're SJWs and who think they're spreading justice, but they're actually acting maliciously under a banner that is actually a noble banner.
Oh, okay. You're kind of playing
justice.
You're kind of playing the no true Scotsman fallacy here, though, because you're kind of saying that they're not really the social justice warriors.
I mean, they're contradicting themselves. How can you act like a social justice warrior yet you're not acting like a social justice warrior?
Well, I would agree.
I'm showing you the contradiction in their own beliefs, So yeah, I'm doing what I'm not supposed to do. It's not a fallacy at all. I'm just showing you, like, if there is a banner that says, let's make the poor, less poorer, and you go out and make the poor more poorer, I would say the banner that you walk under, or you work under, is actually contradicting your purpose or contradicting your actions. So yeah, that's what we point out. Those people are not SJWs. Those people are using the SJW to maliciously attack people, innocent people, intellectual people, and that's why we need to point out those people need to be selected outside. Just like there's bad apples in every ideological groups, anything, those people we need to be, mature enough to understand that not all SJWs are bad and that not all of them are fucking corrupt. We need to be like, humble enough and charitable enough to understand those things need to be taken off specifically and, carefully as well. They're not all evil.
Thanks, Sean. You wanted to get in there.
Yeah. So I think first of all we need to understand that social justice, genuine social justice, is just justice.
Right. It's a fight for justice.
Whereas what we're talking about, or at least what I would say the consensus is a corruption and a tainting and a poisoning of that. And so that's why I would say that, Travis, I'm going to agree with what you said, that what we're seeing, the mobs, these people out for moral virtue as a justification for acting absolutely terrible as you can imagine and suffering no consequence from that, I think it is evil because it's a voluntary act engaging in behavior that you would not doubt on your own. You have to do it within a group because you can't hold a group response.
Now, I will qualify what Zet was saying a little bit, but Zet, understand that your argument you're making, Christians, let's say Muslims would make for other Muslims who are being radical. They would say those aren't true Muslims. Like, they're not doing the true Muslim code. Like, you're talking about the true social justice code. And they would make the same argument as you, that they're in major contradiction to scripture. But then those other radical Muslims would come in and say, no, it's written here crystal clear. It's our interpretation of what it means to be a social justice warrior.
That's absolutely fine. Then we need to then talk about what does social justice warrior really means. What's the manifesto they hold? What's their actions and the Quran they follow? Yeah, that's open for debate. Like, we can agree on many things, that there's something foundational in their beliefs that maybe allow for some opening doors for very evil things. But still, when we talk about SJW, there's a lot of instances where SJW was really good. For example, fighting for women's rights, for example, fighting for the workers' right, and those are things those are all aspects of being socially just. You want to appoint the just, because we all know the justice system in the country not always efficient and not always practical, and there's a lot of corruption going on. But people try to take their things to the media to educate people, to inform people what is this individual doing. Of course, there's some unfortunate mistakes happens, and we need to fight for those people. We need to be the social justice warrior, and we need to say, look, people, those are people, they're fucked up, they're evil people, they're malice, ill-intentioned people. Those people who actually they framed, he's actually a good person. Like, for example, Jordan Peterson, he's a good person, he did nothing wrong, he's not a racist, he's not a sexist. Those are all misinformed, and that's actually now we're being the social justice warrior, not them. You understand the aspect of it?
Well, I would say this, with regards to Jordan Peterson, if someone's out there actually defaming him or slandering him, that is something we can take actual justice under our hands and file lawsuits. And I wish people did this more often. And I've done this with people who are anonymous, and they thought that they were anonymous, but we were able to track who they actually were and put a muzzle on them. So I want to see more people taking action against people who feel like they're in this sea of anonymity. But you can find people. It's not that hard. But I wanna see people take more action against defamation. It gets thrown around, and I think this is a way we can fight this kind of malicious behavior under the law. Fighting this idea, this new justice of social justice with with actual justice, real justice, the justice we all live under. Justice is justice is justice. Who else wanted to get in? I think Ethio wanted to get in there. Did you have something, Ethio? Maybe not, but feel free. Anyone who has anything to say about.
Can you ask that question again? Because I was listening to something.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're just generally chatting here about social justice versus justice. So, anyways,
I may elaborate.
Yeah.
No,
Just 2 seconds, and then I'll also say, and if anyone else has anything to add of things they think are that should be of little importance but are held as high importance, like, and we can get into this as well, have we turned like our label of sexual orientation, has it been blown out of proportion so much that people feel like they need to wear it beside their name? Whatever happened to people just being their name?
I don't know how to get this.
I don't think it's blown out of proportion. I don't think it's a pandemic or even a problem in the slightest. Maybe it's an American thing, but all over the world, especially in Europe, trans people, gay people, lesbian people, they're very fine. If you mispronounce their name or like their gender, they will ask you, this is how I prefer to be called, this is my gender, and life will go easy. You make a mistake, you remember their shit. If you don't, then it's fine and move on. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone agree or disagree? Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I can't speak to other parts of the world. I'm not going to this apart country by country, but I think there is an honestly, when you initially asked Travis about things that aren't important, I had trouble thinking of one. I do think there's an overimportance of the things that it's important to have a sense of identity. It's important to have a sense.
Oh shit, we're only getting half of what you're saying, Alex. Damn it.
Better. I'm gonna try to
try getting closer to your router or whatever your internet source is, and make sure that the ping is lower than 100 or close to 120 at least.
Welcome, Rick. Beep beep boop boop beep. What I want to ask, beep boop beep boop. What is important to you? Is your mic working? Maybe not. Be brave, brother. Turn on that mic. Join us.
He said science. He's texting.
Oh, he's messaging. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay,
no
science.
Problem.
Great. Anyone else have anything to add along this lines? I mean, for me in general, it's labels, man. It's these labels. People think they need to belong to specific ideological groups. It's just, I wish for people to wear their name. I promote individualism as much as I can. People becoming individuals, even individuals separate from their families and friends, individuals on their own. And then once you get all that sorted out, start branching out and trying to be a decent family member and friend.
Is it okay if I could go back to the part where you and Zet X-Man we're talking about the no true Scotsman fallacy about the SJW and comparing it with what's called Muslims or just people with religion?
Yeah, go ahead, and I'm gonna mute for a little bit, and guys, feel free to openly speak and bring up your own topics along the lines of what is important to you.
Okay,
but I will be back.
I'm not gonna lie, I agree with Zed a little, because when you're speaking in the terms of religion, that's more up to interpretation, where there are different opinions on that subject. But when you're speaking in the sense of SJWs have this bigger line of what their goal is, to have justice for all people's rights, to have this equality, this sense of equal rights. So I'm saying where Zed was saying that they're not following the lines of what it means to be an SJW or a true SJW, I would agree with them because there is an actual borderline idea of what their goal is. But the difference is with religion, there's so many sects that they themselves cannot agree on, and so I think that's not a good comparison to compare. So I don't think he was committing the fallacy of the no true Scotsman fallacy. But yeah, don't know if that was informative.
No, yeah, I think I agree with you absolutely, and like this is also like it's quite funny. It's like we can trash talk HJWs and we can condone their ill actions and we can defend the people that they have framed. And what we don't realize is that we somehow actually became a social justice warrior in some space because we're actually defending people's identity, their views, and actually showing it in its true essence, what they actually meant, without like straw manning or like ad hoc attacks or anything. So yeah, like in the sense, like we're doing the real SJW in that sense as well. Like there's no escape of it. Whatever you try to correct a mistake, correct an injustice, or like try to like find some type of balance between like opposing ideologies without like conflicting harms or even reducing harm or conflicts, you're actually doing what you're supposed to do as an individual, is to promote justice, social justice, to maintain order as well. You don't always need to lean towards the government. You don't need always the government assistance. You don't always need the police. Like there's a lot of things, a lot of problems between communities that they resolve by their own selves. Some individuals, they do that as well. When there's a fight between two families, it doesn't need to go to the police directly. If you can't do it without the police, then go do it without the police.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So, Draken, you joined. So I want to ask you, the question of this whole topic is, what is important to you? So, what's important to you? You want to talk or no?
I was the very beginning of this conversation.
Oh, you talked. Okay.
First,
Anybody else? Okay. Well,
basically, I said freedom was the most important thing to me. Freedom to travel, freedom to learn, freedom to speak your mind, freedom to do what you want, or freedom to do nothing.
hmm,
Freedom is it for me.
I could agree with that. So, what lengths of freedom do you think people should be restricted from having? Because you can't
I
have
think
borderline.
you should be able to do whatever you want once you don't harm people and once you don't impose on other people.
Okay, but what about when it comes to the line of disagreement and where conflict can arise when you express your own opinion towards others? What do you think about that?
Express your opinion, go right ahead. Just don't do anything to harm anybody else physically.
Okay, that makes sense.
Once you even get to that, I could care less what you do with your life, to be honest.
I could agree with that. Anybody else?
Don't impose on me and don't attack me, and I think you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
What about you?
I was talking about well-being, about how I want. I gave an example about the justice system in America and how um, I'm against the death penalty and how that the death penalty should only be used in sense of when you're an external threat towards a large group of people. That's what I was describing. I was describing how the justice system should be a place
Mm.
of rehabilitation for criminals, not just because even people who have committed murders, I think, should be like fixed up and to be given a second chance at least. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Oh,
think.
very Christian of you.
That's not my Christian side. It's just humanist of me.
I think that there are some crimes that are so heinous they don't deserve a second chance.
I mean, if we're talking about like niggas like
There have been
Hitler,
very rare
for sure.
cases.
If we're talking about like niggas like Hitler, I mean, yeah, I could agree with that. Like someone who just down bad, who committed a genocide, that's beyond forgiving.
Let me be honest with you, bro.
Yeah, sure.
The fact that you brought up Hitler first bothered me.
How come?
Because there's so many leaders throughout history that did terrible things to their enemies, you know? But Hitler gets you rap for all of them. Like there
True.
have been terrible warmongering leaders throughout human history that have done really nasty things as well. You know.
You mind if you inform me of some?
Well, wasn't Genghis Khan was one of the most ruthless people? I think he was the leader of the Mongols or something. Yeah. He used
Okay.
to rape and pillage so many people. God knows what he did to the people that he captured.
Uh,
I have a question, by the way. Are we allowed to interact with the stream text chat, or we should leave
yeah,
it alone?
we are totally we are.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
there's
jump in here. As someone
You're cutting out.
Whatever. Yeah, you can interact with text. You can interact with YouTube. Whatever you want.
Wait, we're live right now? Still?
sure. Someone was talking. I think someone wanted to talk.
Are we live still? I'm just asking.
No, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, someone was saying justice for us, for all of us, is impossible. Sorry, it's an impossible dream. It's not possible. It's just the same as communist, never-ending revolution. It's just a control mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion, guys, on this? As that the justice for all of us is impossible, and it's a dream, just like communism.
If you don't, if you don't try to reach the dream, things will never get better. That's why you might never be able to reach it. But if you don't try to make the dream a reality, it'll never get better. That's my opinion on that.
Okay. My take on this is that when things are meant, when certain desires or certain needs are meant, we try to envision an ideal utopian world to some extent, but we need to also like be realistic in some aspect of it, that we need to reach to certain degrees. Like we can say of it as an objective that it's preferable to basically reach, to have like good justice for all of us is something that we all prefer. Even if it wasn't impossible, we can at least get as close as we can to justice for all of us. I think that's a fair thing that we can all aspire to.
Hopefully my mic's working, but if I can jump in here, an important clarification is my understanding of the thing that's in the YouTube is he's saying it's not he, she, they saying it's not necessarily possible. I don't know if they say anything about it's not worth trying to achieve. Um, so there is a distinction. I mean, not just do you guys think it's worth trying to achieve it all, but do you think it would be possible to actually accomplish? Is a different question.
I mean, I would say I would say like it's a futile question. In it's basically it requires some degrees of like epistemological certainty that no one actually have access to the certainty of things. Like we don't even know for 100% certainty that the laws of the universe would work and operate as they used to be or as they do now as well. So there's like a limitation of what we can understand or what we can predict to be impossible or possible. But to say that achieving justice for all of us is impossibility, I see no reason of saying this, but other than actually encouraging defeat or like surrender of some sense or acceptance of our current reality. I think it's just futile and not really relevant to anything. I would say that we always need to aspire to increase the well-being of all people, to spread justice as much as we can. Even if it wasn't possible, at least we can get to a degree where at least we can get as much as close we can to it, and that's fair thing.
Anyone disagree?
No, I agree with that.
Did anybody catch what I was saying there when we were discussing? I think it was criticism of Hitler getting a lot of um, basically getting the brunt of the criticism for basically the worst atrocities in human history.
At least for my sake, could you kind of make the point again? What were you trying to get at? Okay, yes, he took a lot of that brunt. What's your position there?
Okay, because I muted myself and nobody said anything, so I don't know if it came across, but I said, that yes, it's that Hitler does get the brunt of criticism because, under Hitler, Nazi Germany systematically destroyed 6 million people purely from racial and ethnic and religious identity. And that's enough to kind of condemn you to the lowest circles of hell if you want to use religious-based language on that. But I would say if you want to be honest about it, and this goes to show just how poorly educated people are in history, is that I would say Stalin should be equally condemned as much as Hitler due to the fact that he willfully, acted out policies that killed, conservatively estimated 60 million of their own people under the Soviet banner. And so and I left the floor for anybody to jump on that topic.
Well, I don't know how to put this. Like, to me, when we're comparing the worst of all people, like, what do you mean by, like, what type of condemnation are you speaking of exactly as a word of punishment for Hitler and Stalin? That's my question.
I'm just saying that everybody points to Hitler as the worst of the worst, and if you look at, like, say, death toll, Hitler was maybe, responsible for the deaths of maybe, say, 12 million people, and that's including the Holocaust and all the deaths in World War II. But yet, Stalin, just on his own, with his policy, starved 6 million Ukrainians within a 3-year period of the Red Famine. There was morale at the point of a gun during World War II, and then, of course, there was the executions, the exiles, and the enslavement, the gulag camps that, like I said, 60 million people compared to maybe 12 million people put Stalin a good step above Hitler in body count. And there's, of course, Mao Zedong in China with, roughly 100 million leading up to the, past the, the Great Leap Forward. And so I would say that if we're going to criticize people for doing atrocious things, that maybe it's a bit that it seems to me that, Hitler gets all of the criticism, and we don't do due diligence of saying, hey, look, these other guys are, these are things that we need to point to when things are going to go off the rails horribly.
I could agree with that. I could agree that
Yeah, I
there were
absolutely
just
agree.
as bad people as Hitler were or was.
I don't know where
I would
where I've
say
been schooling. I've always where I grew up. Yeah, when you talked about bad people, you mentioned Hitler, you mentioned Stalin, you mentioned Mao Zedong, but nobody ever talks about Genghis Khan or the Mongols. Well, yeah, I guess it's subjective who you want to pick as being evil.
not really. They're all evil people. I wouldn't imagine a sane, rational person to say that one is not evil and the other is evil. Are they the same degrees of evil? They're really, really evil. So I don't think that is any more or any less relevant to the subject or like to the point of evilness. I would say what's important about those different acts of evil is the cause of evil, which we really need to pay attention to. There could be multiple causes for certain people's action that inflicted so many harms, and we need to understand the cause of evil itself, so maybe later in future we can avoid making the same mistakes, and we can avoid electing and putting people in power with the same mindset and the same ideals as them as well. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we can learn from those evil acts as of what caused those evil acts, and we should all condemn them as much as we can. I don't see any relevancy which one is more evil, which one is less evil, because now we're playing as if the body count just like numbers or like it's a competition, which actually it's demeaning and dehumanizing.
Evil Olympics. Evil Olympics, that's what we're playing now. Who wins the Evil Olympics?
It's not so much about evil Olympics for me. It's that, when we sit there and say like Hitler was the worst individual to head a government, it's almost like a willful blindness toward the other dictators that have 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 basically acted out the same actions. And yes, the motivations are also very important. Hitler believed that Eastern and Western Europe were ripe for German conquest, and the only answer to that was the extermination of anything that wasn't German, whatever the hell that was supposed to mean. Stalin acted as if life was absolutely meaningless and there was nothing to it, so he didn't mind just, the party purges and, the gulag camps, and they considered it a job well done if you started off with 2,000 prisoners and you ended with 2,000 prisoners, and it didn't matter what the replacement was. Or, here's a little known fact too, that, Vladimir Lenin, when he came into power in the Soviet Union in 1919, basically out of revenge for his brother who was hanged as a political radical under the Tsar, personally signed the death warrant for Tsar Nicholas's entire family and their children. And that was predicated solely upon vengeance and resentment at the death of his brothers. So, yes, I would say that the motivations are definitely something that needs to be taken into account for these atrocious actions.
I think that's fair. I mean, I would say that if people say that those people are not evil and they only focus on Hitler, that's an ignorance of their part. I don't think that means that those people are actually acting in the notion that those people are not evil. I would say they just maybe not familiar with the historical imperative of like many events. I would say that Hitler is quite famous. It's because from Germany. Germany is a famous country. A lot of movies. There's a very famous movies regarding World War One, World War Two. A lot of like European wars. Germany was included in every fucking one of them. So there's a popularity aspect to it. Like the layman's know about Hitler and Germany because they see a lot of movies about it. They see a lot of shit about it. So I would say this is the reason why people think that Hitler is like the most evil dude. He is very, very evil. Is he the most evil? It become irrelevant to me. He's just fucking evil, pure evil, I would say. So yeah, it's just like, let's not paint those people are as evil people. They're just ignorant historically, and that's fine. We can educate them without like putting so much blame and grudge on them. Hello? Is anybody on?
Yeah, people are still here. I think there was just a conversational lull.
Okay, sure, because sometimes Discord on a mobile, it disconnect and I can't hear anybody, so I feel like I'm got disconnected.
Yeah,
I was wondering the same thing too, but I just figured that maybe perhaps the subject matter is kind of one of those you don't really jump into light.
So what particular subject matter are we wrestling with now?
Kind of ended up being a conversation about different political leaders of history and judging their evil character. I understand.
So I can even sorry, I can even tie it into the question of the day. It's like, what was important to Hitler? Cleanliness was of high importance. The maids could never get his home clean enough. He could never be clean enough. Just the amount of time he spent bathing, washing, trying to keep clean, trying to clean himself away from the people he found to be dirty. It's the more you look into Hitler, and I know Jordan Peterson's very deeply interested in the topic of Hitler and World War II. I'm sure you've ran into that, Sean.
Yeah, Hitler was basically conscientiousness run amok. It's one of the things that really irritates me in some of the historical discussions that I've gone into is they always say xenophobia. And it wasn't xenophobia because you run away from things that you're afraid of. You avoid things you're afraid of.
Yeah.
You burn things that disgust you, and that's what it was Hitler believed that the German people and the German body was to be the sole rulers of Europe because they were considered pure, and therefore everything else that was not that was to be exterminated. It was out of disgust. It wasn't out of fear.
Right.
And that's what motivated, Hitler's henchmen, I guess, to basically act that out in the most extreme and horrendous and horrible ways imaginable. Well, it's hard to imagine because of Nazi Germany and World War II and history, we look out for those types of behaviors and try to stop them before they manifest because nobody wants to do that again. That's what that means. You have to understand it before you can say never again. You can't just say never again and not understand what it means.
Yeah, the disgust factor, and that's something that with other conquerors, like when people are looking at other evil characters in history or things that they would label as evil, it's a lot different when you get someone that has this disgust complex that almost you could make an argument based on the idiotic deployment of military and how Hitler went about commanding his armies, well, with his generals, of course, where you could start, you started realizing that at a certain point, he was just buying himself more time to exterminate more Jews, and the conquering aspect just seemed to be second fiddle to the disgust complications within the mind of Hitler.
I think it's very dangerous. It's quite funny. If it's not xenophobia, then what it is, if it's only pure disgust, I think this is much more dangerous, much more evil than just having fear or like grudge towards those people. The feeling or the consciousness experience of disgust over a particular individual or a group, it's fucking very dangerous. It goes deep down.
It's worse than dangerous. Imagine what you're willing to do to an insect. Think of a kid burning an ant with his magnifying glass. In colloquial conversations, we kind of view this as childlike behavior. We don't view that particular level of singeing and killing and torture as something, Alex, if you had a someone sitting on your couch and they come in and said, yeah, I burned some ants when I was young, I'm sure it's not going to start you thinking down the path of, say, psychopathy, lack of empathy, what you're probably, as opposed to like, and what I'm getting at, as opposed to someone doing something like this to a dog or a cat or like something along those lines. But Hitler viewed, and even said so, that he viewed Jews as insects, a dirty infestation. And Zed, you're right. That is the level of nastiness and why Hitler does stand out to a lot of people. And a lot of the time, these genocides that happen from just terrible, immoral leaders aren't rooted in that disgust. But when we see human beings treated like the singed ant on the anthill, it truly is a deeper level that kind of points, I would say, points to the chimp level brutality that we see of chimps eating other chimps, cannibalizing, killing, just going about ripping off the face of other chimps or ripping their dick off or something. It's like that level of cruelty and brutality, except it's happening with humanity, and not only just a sick, serial killer doing this, a guy that was able to convince a nation.
Well, the convincing the nation thing is quite interesting because I think it's both an ignorance that's almost a level of miracle, because a lot of people in Germany didn't even know what the hell was going on.
100%.
Like,
yeah.
They knew that the Jewish populations were being moved out of Germany, but nobody knew exactly what the hell was going on with them.
And I should qualify that. You are right. I should qualify that by saying the ones who were convinced that the Jew and carried out that the Jews needed to be fumigated.
And that was, of course, predicated upon like just you convince if you understand the incidents that occurred with World War One, the end with the Treaty of Versailles, and brutality the men in World War One experienced, the economic devastation and everything else. Hitler literally embodied Germany's collective shadow, and because it was left unchecked and nobody was willing to come to terms with that, it's no wonder that he was able to convince those people that what he was doing was just, because he fed off into what the collective people of Germany were feeling, which was the resentment at the end of World War One, and they acted that out clearly. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think Peterson's message about beware becoming resentful, deceitful, and arrogant is because, well, that's where that shit leads if you don't pay careful attention.
Yeah. One thing I want to write about, because I've always planned on writing a book about Hitler, and I kind of want to talk about his flamboyance, something that isn't talked about enough. Someone who's like basked in this kind of artistic flamboyance, and he's got this background in art. He loves art. His if you look at the art he has produced, it's actually the pieces are beautiful. And to some, he has this bug of disgust, and that's driven by this like needing to get things clean. And even his housemaids talk about like nothing was ever clean enough. Nothing was ever, just dusted enough, or he was never clean enough. He never got his mind wasn't. It's you can almost make a tie to his mind was never clean enough from the amount of sleep he got. He was always sleeping a lot, and there's a lot of things, interesting things there. Welcome, Ola.
Hey, Ola.
Howdy. Hiya.
Ola, I must ask you, since you're new to the room today, what is important to you? I can't hear you if you are talking. Oh, sorry. 222, Earth to Ola.
Oh no, Discord's being bad again.
Discord's being maybe try if you can hear me, Ola. Maybe try reconnecting. But yeah, Alex, I'm interested to hear what you think. What do you think of this guy with like this flamboyant artist rising to power, and these kind of things, this kind of underlying problem, this disgust issue with Hitler?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say because I truly don't know as much about his personal life as I probably should. But I'm kind of getting some of this information. But what I do understand, there was a lot going on, psychologically, not diagnosing any, but childhood upbringing, personality leanings, all played a role, and his manifestation, I suppose, of how to gain the necessary attention that his flamboyance probably wanted, how to feel important to his country, whatever you want to call it, manifested in a very strong way.
Mm. Yeah.
If I ever do get the chance to into his personality, I'd try to at least give a more full assessment of possible personality character.
Right.
Don't know enough to.
Here's one for the room, since a lot of you are Americans. Let's kind of get your general take on the Donald. What do you think is important to Donald? And before we get the emotional knee-jerk reactions, let's also take into consideration, like, Donald Trump's a father of kids who are quite successful. He's a husband. He is a businessman, of course. He's been president. With the full scope of the Donald, what do you think is important to him?
I'd say success and his vision of what things should be is what's important to him. That's why he was willing to withstand the constant barrages of the media, the constant blocking from the Democrats, even the nasty shit on Twitter. I mean, he was able to basically stand it, and it would have. I know I don't have the emotional resilience that I could have been in the same position, undergo the same things, and not have some sort of psychiatric decompensation as a result of it.
Right. Anyone else have a take on that? What else do you think is important to Donald? I know a lot of his critics would say stuff like self-preservation, perhaps, maybe existing in success at any cost, is what some of his critics would probably say.
Sure, and I wouldn't phrase it the same. I would. I'm sorry, I forget who was just talking, but whoever you were, I agree with you. What?
It was Sean speaking. Yeah.
Oh, Sean. Yeah, I agree with Sean. If I had to boil it down, I guess I would say independence and esteem. He seems to be someone who's very, very particular about having independence, being able, running his own company, making America independent. And a lot of his policies, I think, reflect allowing Americans to take individual independence of their own lives. Seems to value that. And then, of course, esteem. And people sure have couched it a lot of different ways as narcissism or self-obsession or whatever you want to call it. But I think it's just he wants to be valued. He wants to have a legacy. He wants to feel important. And maybe to excess, you could make an argument for his presentation of that being bad. But the general principle of wanting some kind of esteem or importance isn't inherently a bad thing.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, it probably is part of what made him successful to have that. Right.
I agree with you, Alexander. It's like a lot of the people that I would get into discussions about Donald with would say, well, he just fires everybody. It's like, well, if you take into account the business environment, Trump is a boss. It's like, well, we're going to do this. And, in politics, obviously, you can't just say we're going to do this. There's a lot of talking and bureaucratic control over the environment before you can just do this. In the business world, that's not how that works. According to Trump, if we're going to run the country like a business, we're going to do X. And if you won't do X, then you're fired and I'll find somebody that will do X. And I don't think a lot of people really understand that. Having worked in, different employment environments, that's just, that's how businesses run. It's you will do X, and if not, we'll find someone who will.
I think people understand this, and I think this is why he got criticized for it, is because he's not running a business, he's running a country, and if he can't really divorce the parallel reality to his own experience, I think he would be like a poor president in that case. So yeah,
I think it's a good point. There's a difference in perception and philosophy there. I think you're right. I think a lot of his perspective, ran on this, though in different language, was to run the business a lot more like a country, to look at the economics of things, look at, basically not saying treating people like parts of a machine, but in a certain way that kind of is how a country can be. And that was just his perspective, is to do things. A lot of people are averse to that because they don't think a country should be run that way, and that's their perspective. They wouldn't run it. But his critics really, it's just a philosophical difference in what a country is, I think.
Now let's talk about let's pick another historical character here. Let's say if we were to use the Bible as evidence of what, let's say, this philosopher Jesus's philosophy was, what do we think would be important to Jesus? Most important, assuming this historical character existed and not getting into the claims of divinity, but let's just look at let's say the attempt, let's say the moral philosopher Jesus. What is most important to Jesus?
I will go first, since
Sure.
I've talked about this topic with multiple people, and I mean, if you read his texts and his scriptures, he put a lot of emphasis of like.
We lost you there, Zet.
Sorry. I said if you read the Bible, you get to the good parts where like you start reading about Jesus' philosophy. I mean, not including that it got edited by like different individuals because there's some aspect of power and politics at their times during the book was written. But I would say there's a lot of emphasis and there's a lot of importance on how people should lead their lives with virtue, honesty, like true meaning in some sense, and the relationship between peoples themselves. How you ought to act with a different individuals, to a different person, be charitable, be merciful, be honest, be loyal, all those kind of things that we ought to do, even regardless of any Bible or any traditional book. This is what also our rational mind would tell us to do. And there will be a lot of emphasis also on the poor and the needies, like the people who are in need, the people who need our help. I think Jesus Christ mentioned a lot of that in the Bible as well, that we need to take care of them. We need to help them move on with their life. The life is not individualistic in the sense, but it's also like we need to look at it at a collective sense, that in order to move forward, we need to help each other moving forward as well.
All right, and what about the endorsement of the old laws by Jesus? So you talked about some
the Old Testament.
Yeah, so I did not come to fulfill or sorry, to abolish the laws of the prophets. I came to fulfill them. So what do you think about Jesus's endorsement of the old laws?
So this is where like I need to be very careful and charitable to Jesus Christ. I don't believe that the Old Testament truly represent what Jesus' life philosophy, and this is why the reason I would say like when we read the Bible, we're not really reading only Jesus Christ's philosophy. We're reading a lot of like priests after Jesus Christ's death philosophies as well.
Sure.
This is where like we can't really tell which Jesus Christ which position he's holding. But of course, like the things that if we assume that, for example, stoning unmarried girl after she had sex, or like when it comes to slavery and those things, I would say like those are bad ones. If he were to actually promote those, which a lot of people say that he does, I may disagree because we don't really know. It's like still irrelevant to my own philosophy, but I would still like we need to reject also some like very bad ill ideas, I would say.
I guess one could argue, if they were arguing for Jesus the philosopher, they could say, well, he saw that it was important, regardless of whatever the current state of the law was, from a self-preservation perspective. Perhaps that line was, obey. Someone might when they're engaging in apologetics say, he was talking about obeying the law of the land, because you're not going to get very far from a survivalistic standpoint if you don't. I'm surprised I don't hear more people talk about Jesus in that way and try to rationalize that. Yeah. I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just saying, I think the most important thing it is being peace, and not just a kind of peace or compassion between people as we often think of it. To what you're saying, Travis, like peace in a sense of order, like a recognition.
Peace with the law.
Right. There has to be some kind of order or rules, law to people's lives that allows for governance and for a maintenance of things, even if there are sometimes consequences we don't regard as peaceful. He recognized the necessity for that. And I don't think anywhere, I think it's quite the opposite. It doesn't say the law as it stood was perfect.
Right.
But that it had to be, they wouldn't have lasted. I mean, because then you're telling a whole group of
I lost you at
ethnic group. Hey, everything you've ever followed, you got people going, what do we do now? All right, what'd you say?
Sorry, I got it actually sped up. I think it was my leg. I got what you were saying, yeah. Ola, welcome. Today's topic is what is important to you.
Right. So that's family, love, food, shelter, and after that, everything else is a luxury, right?
Interesting. So would you say, how would you, if you were to give those a hierarchy, say you had to kind of put those in order, what would be at the top for you?
Family. Yeah, they were already in order. Family, love, food, shelter.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. What about...
is everyone else different? Because I just presumed it was boring that everyone else was exactly the same.
No, I think everyone's essentially been different. What about where does freedom land on your list? Would you say?
So if you've got those first four, freedom's pretty high up next after that. Freedom is, I mean, it would have to be, right? It would have to be freedom of thought and freedom of speech.
Right. That
level of freedom.
Okay, cool.
Right?
Yeah, interesting.
Is that what other people have said too? Because I haven't been able to hear it.
Yeah, there's we are live right now, so we will be able to go back and listen. But yeah, there's been a lot of like, okay, morality, number one. There's been freedom as number one. What else? Yeah. Friends, connection, meaningful connection is up there.
But if you don't have freedom of speech,
knowledge.
Yeah, I was wondering that where would I put pursuit of knowledge, but I think that everything else comes after the first four I mentioned. They're the most important things. And then, everything else comes under freedom, doesn't it? But freedom of speech, I suppose, freedom of thought, freedom of speech. And if you don't have freedom of speech, you don't get to develop your thoughts either. I mean, very, very intelligent people might on their own, but most of us need to speak to other people to help us develop to the next bit, to the next bit, to the next bit.
Yeah. So. And now let me ask you the follow-up question what do you think are some things that people hold to a high level of importance that you just think are stupid or dumb? Like and I'll give you an example. Like it's like some people might say my ability to have my own gun is very high. Like so what are some things you would say?
Well, you see, I just can't think off the top of my head something I would say are really stupid, because I can. Everyone's got their things, right? But
you can think about it for a bit and come back.
I'll have to think about that. I mean, I can easily get angry at stuff. I'll just work myself. Give me a break. Yeah.
Yeah. Bruno, welcome back.
Hey, man.
Do you have one for that? Like something that you think is just really dumb for someone to feel that it's very important?
Do I think people's importance are dumb.
Well, things that people hold to a high level of importance that you think are dumb. One I would say is like group identity. I think that ought to be at a very low importance. Like your political label that you label yourself as an example.
Yeah, I would say that as well. Well, I would say if the group identity is primary, that's stupid. But the group identity should be secondary to the individual identity. But that's not my thing. What do I think? That is stupid. I don't know. I haven't really encountered people with
like, even if it's like, do you like? How about sports? Like, if someone's like live or dies by their favorite sports team, do you think that's
okay? Yeah, I think that's stupid now. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so I'm talking about these very colloquial things, like, and for video games, some people are just like, how could someone sit down and play? Like, how is Call of Duty at a high level of importance in this person's life?
Yeah.
And look, I'm a Call of Duty Warzone player. I play every night for about an hour with my brother. So, and that's basically the whole time we're screaming at each other. And I'm like, you wanted me to die. And he's like, yeah, you deserved it.
I would say,
that's an outlet. That's fun, right? So fun is not unimportant, and having an outlet for your emotions and energy is not unimportant. Maybe having a bigger car than next door neighbor is
I would say
right, and having like a higher lift kit. Like, growing up for me, it was like, whoever had the highest lift kit on their truck, this is definitely going to get me the highest level chick. The higher the lift kit, the better the chick.
Yeah. For me, it would be what is it called again? Football fanatics. So yeah, the guys who just argue like Ronaldo is their brother or something, you know.
Dude, you would go nuts hearing me and my buddies talk hockey. Like, we get so worked up we have to go walk it off.
Honestly, like, I used to be like that, but over time I just sort of ease off. But no, they're just some guys, man. They talk like Messi or Ronaldo is like their brother, and you know, like, Messi's better than Ronaldo.
Oh, dude,
like, no.
Here's one for you. Here's one for you that'll probably drive you crazy. When I talk about the Vancouver Canucks hockey team, I talk in the we sense. Like, I'll be like, yeah, we just made a trade today, man. And then people who don't like engage in sports a lot, they're like, how are you part of this? Well, I'm part of the team. I'm a fan.
No, that's cool though. That's fine. Like, you know, that's all right. But
it's the most religious thing about me is my hockey, is my engagement with hockey. Like,
if you two have experienced that, Bruno and Travis, if you've experienced being a fan,
right?
How are you so dismissive then of it? Because when you were inside that group, you must know what you're getting out of it. And you've already said you don't think group identity is important. I put family as number one. Family is group identity. So I think group identity is very important.
That's wrong.
Why do you disagree, Bruno?
Family isn't group identity.
What is it then?
Would you say it's biological identity, maybe? Or
family isn't even it's not an identity even, right? You can't classify it as an identity. A group identity would be women, men, tall people, black people.
What about
people? Are you sure tall people isn't a group identity and family isn't? Come on, Bruno.
How about Pangburns?
I'm not gonna lie, she has a point, Bruno.
Let's look at Pangburns. Is that a group identity? Like, if you're a Pangburn, are we part of the Pangburn group?
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. I was more of because family's a bit too precise. I was thinking more of something that can, you know, because the Pangburn identity is really exclusive. If you're not white, Canadian, I'm just trying to be precise here. From Vancouver, you can't possibly be in the Pangburn identity, right? But with the women,
unless you marry me, man, I'm down on one knee.
Bruno, that sounded like a proposition.
Yeah, you know,
for the record, I agree with you, Ola.
It's a fair point. It is an identity.
Yeah, I think it is, and when I say that identity should be low on your list, I do mean it with regards to your familial identity, because I want people to focus on individualism, and I want them to. And I'm not saying family isn't important. Of course, family is still very high on my list, but when I'm talking about what makes us an individual, I don't want people to be defined by their family. I want people to be defined as themselves as an individual.
But that's two different things. What's important
I could agree with that.
And what defines you, and what's important to you. I mean, okay, what's important to you maybe defines you, but what's important to you isn't necessarily the same as what defines you. Okay, but
your family, I agree with that.
Your family does define you in some extent, to some extent that you can't shake off, because you have genetics. So you're already, I can sit in a room and everyone in the room is my family, big family reunion, but I'll have shared genetics with them all, but there'll be one or two people I get on better with, and there'll be one or two people I look more like. These are all, there are things that's all in your biology, in your body. That is a link. You can break it if you want,
right?
But it's a link that's already there.
So
and
what
it's
I would
already defined you whether you like it or not.
So what I would say is based on today's question, is whether all of those things that Ola just listed are important to you. And for me, in my list of things, they're not that high in my scale of importance. And I'm talking about like in the very high level of importance. Like they're still there. They're still on the scale. But it sounds like to Ola, that importance is actually quite high. And for me,
it's number one. Family is number one.
Right.
And I think you might need to relook at why you're putting anything above your family.
Yeah.
Because
and I'm being honest, Ola. I've thought deeply about it.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you my taste and how this question interacts with my morality gives me a different answer. So I would suggest you and I probably have different moral foundations, and also
how about this
pleasures. Say that again, Bruno.
I was just going to say, how about this? What if your family, which is a group identity, threatens your individual identity, which is most certainly the case.
You just brought up a good point.
So when you have your family, for example, they want you to go through, say, the family has been, they've been shot putters, so they're throwers in the athletics, and you want to be a physicist.
Yeah.
So there's a conflict of interest there.
May I offer even a more hardcore version of this? Your family wants to will you to be straight, and you're gay.
Oh shit.
Well, here's another one. Your family sells you off as a sex slave, or sells you in marriage to someone. And insists you behave with the religion they brought up. I mean, this is happening to hundreds of thousands of people.
Here's something I'll bring up, is that with Matt Dillahunty, he's someone I can think of that I've talked to a lot about this, that he would be kind of in the same spectrum as me with, for that reason that Bruno just brought up, why the family aspect kind of is not so high on that list, and it's more focused on individualism. And it's not to say that family isn't, or it's not to say that family can or cannot be important enough or anything like that, but it's just where it lays on that scale, I think, is going to vary from person to person, and also potentially experience. Like I'm sure Ola, you would probably have a different view if you were adopted and you didn't have any, or let's say you were adopted by terrible parents and you had a terrible upbringing and you didn't know your biological family. You may have a different idea.
I would have a different opinion of my own mothers and fathers, but I may be searching my whole life looking to belong somewhere, and that is family. So group identity that you said a while back, that family wasn't group identity, or was? I was a bit confused there, because I think
I said it was. But I think it can be a group identity if someone wishes to label that. I think Bruno was the one arguing that It's
Yeah,
not
I later.
necessarily. Or,
If you're adopted, you do have, I guess, the opportunity to prove that family is more than genetics. I was only using the genetic side of it, but
Right.
there is also obviously the other side of it of a gang being together, a team working together,
Yep.
and looking after each other and loving each other. And if you haven't experienced that from your family, I think most people, if you analyse them, what most people seem to be doing is looking for another place of belonging. Everyone's looking for their roots. Everyone's looking for their place of belonging.
Yeah, I think that's generally true. I do. I think we're a social species, and to this drive to be familial, to have groups that we can call families, or we like to. A lot of people like to say, even with their best friends, they'll say, you know what, we're family, or we're like
He's my
family.
brother. Exactly.
Yeah,
And then do you have the footballers doing the same thing? You have footballers, football fans doing the same thing, and you've just said that's, I agree, it does look ridiculous, but that's obviously it plays into something really human, making your gang around you, making your fam.
Sure, and Ola's got a really high value there. And Bruno, where would you value family on your scale?
No, family is very important, right? I'm not limiting the definition to biological family. It's very important. You need a sense of belonging. Even if you don't fit into your family, you would sort of sort out a group that you would be accepted in, you fit in. The only thing I would say is I think we sort of got into family because of we were trying to sort of weigh out which should be secondary, if I'm not strawmanning this, hopefully. That's the only reason I got into family, but it is important, very much so. But on my scale, my family's really tight, so yeah, it's important to me, but I don't think it triumphs individuality. I don't think it should. It should. I think it's much better.
I'm not.
I think the question is then, if it triumphs individuality, then what does it mean to be really individual? Because we get the sense of individual, we get the sense of ourselves, who we are from other people. You're not an individual if you're just by yourself. What do you mean at the end? You're just a being
I don't think that's
that
true.
has no language, that has nothing, yet you can't really have anyone to relate to.
I think that's an interesting question.
What do you mean at the end?
Hey, Nivek, can you just turn off the YouTube stream? Oh yeah, thanks. Actually, by the way, just a quick thing, guys. If you do have the ability to run the YouTube stream on mute, it really does help the YouTube algorithm, just FYI. And make sure you subscribe to the new channel, the Pangburn Offensive. That's where our daily live streams will always be located. Anyways, Ola, you had something there?
No, I thought that was a really good question. So I'd like to hear your answer to that. But I was going to add a really mundane question, or a silly question, I suppose, is a bit like the trolley question. You honestly, guys, are you going to have to try and convince me that if you have 5 people over here and one person on the other side, and that one person is your family, you're not going to save the family? And if your family is number 1 important to you, or number 2 important to you, and you're kind of acting like you're thinking about it, you've got them on these different rungs, I don't kind of buy it, I think you do already put your family on a higher ground for most people, right? For most
Can
people,
I ask one thing?
I think I think we're running around in circles. I think someone said something to me, you derive your identity from your family. You're right.
I didn't say that exactly. I was saying the question, like, what do you mean by identity then? Because a lot of the time people gain identity, they gain perception of the world, of the place where they're actually relative to, like who you are, basically.
Can I ask a
relative to what
question?
people think.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
There's always 2 halves to one thing. If you just say, I will care about my family and how they survive and get by, you have the outside of that paradigm that you should care about in society that affects your family. A lot of things people do, but that just because you just focus inward on your family alone and doing what you're supposed to do in order to make it be good. But there can be outside powerful influences.
Okay, so Naive,
that you care about in order to change, that you see people do in today's society.
So Naive, I just want to throw this question at you, just so you know where we're at, because I know you just joined. Welcome, by the way. How important is family to you on your scale of importance in your life?
I say it's equal to. It should be just as equal to the society.
Oh, okay. So
because it determines what's happening to your family. You can't separate either of them.
Oh, interesting.
So
okay.
You're doing things to the outside that would ultimately affect your family. You see that today in society. People are doing to change policies and stuff like that because they care so deeply about their family. So you can't just be like, I'm just going to stay here and I'm just going to focus on and I think a lot of times that's a trap that people push because they don't want people to focus on the outside powerful influences that are affecting.
And for the sake of our understanding, Nivek, how many things do you think would you say there are quite a few things above family and society on your scale of importance?
I think if you just focus on just selfishly on your family and you don't focus on what's going on outside society that would influence and not caring about that, you're just kind of ending up screwing yourself.
Can you just focus on my question just for a sec, just the specificity of it? On wherever you're putting society and your family on the scale of importance in your life, would you say there are a few things that are of a higher importance for you?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's like if you had a choice between your family dying.
No. Nivek, just specifically, what would those things that are higher than your family or society be that are more important? Like, is it freedom? Is it video games? Is it sex? Or is that the most important thing?
I know. I'm trying to think of something.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Because I try to balance the two.
So I just
Bruno, you go ahead, and then we'll go back to Nivek, see if he's ready after.
So the question is family important? Is that the question?
Well, the question for Nivek is that wherever family and society lands on your list of importance in your life, what, if anything, is above that?
That's the original question. Okay.
Well, this is kind of what's been born out of the course of this discussion, and I think we should pass this question around the room. And essentially, and it is a good question because I suspect a lot of people are going to have a hard time when you actually think of your family and your family members putting things higher in your list of importance.
I think that there's a caveat in there, is that my idea of having family as a very important thing. By the way, I say like the people I care about and I love, and they're like family, people close to me, my friends, I would say is that in order to actually care about them, you need to also care about other things as well, like freedom, happiness, the well-being, society as well. You can't
Changing
just
society.
so you can't just say I care about my family, yet you don't do anything in the real world to really care about your family. So when people say they care about their family, they also care about many other things, because that also ensures the well-being of their family as well. Because it's really no one's thing. It just doesn't mean like I care about my family, so fuck society. I care about society because it also helps me keep my family safe, and I can expand that as well to my families.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, because my point of contention was you can't really divorce family from society, because family is like the basic units of society. So how would you when you say society, saying those that inhabit the group identity outside your family, is that what you're saying? Because I'm trying to really sort of wrap my head around this question.
No, Bruno, I'm just saying, is there anything in your life that is more important than family?
Okay.
Travis, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I hear that question often, and the problem with society is that they don't focus on family. And I always come back with that question, like, you should more focus. Well, if you think like that and you have things that are being done in like you said, freedom and policy and stuff like that are very damaging to your family.
Yeah.
You should focus on that if you truly care about it. So you should focus on the outside influences that your family's in, because if your paradigm, the paradigm that you're in, dictates your outcome of your family. So it's like you're trying to separate the two. You can't separate the two.
You're refusing there to say what you're actually sound like you're saying, which is you better focus on the outside because it will affect your family. So family in that scenario is number one, right?
So I have an answer.
That's what you've just said.
I have an answer for the room. My answer is the thing that is more important to me than my family is my moral foundation, morality.
Not gonna lie,
are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. That's a good question. Why is that then? Why is that the case?
That's a strong one.
So, and just so you understand my moral foundation, maximizing well-being for myself and those around me.
Okay.
So if I saw a family member of mine, here's a really sick scenario I'll paint for you. If I had a pistol in my holster, say I was, and I'll paint this hypothetical as in much detail as I can, and then we can go around to see if you guys would act any differently. And let's say one of my brothers, I have two brothers.
Okay.
We were hanging out. We both had a license to carry. And my brother got in say we're out in a park and there's a bunch of little shit teenagers there. Let's say they're, for the sake of this hypothetical, 14, and they're very lippy, and they're like they're lipping off to me and my brother sitting there, and they're like, look at these two faggots sitting there. These guys must be lovers. And they start poking at us, and instead of just us getting up and leaving, I think we can just sit there and ignore them. But let's say my brother gets wrapped up in it, and he is getting really pissed off at these kids. And these kids come over and start approaching us and say, I think we should beat the shit out of these two guys. And after they say that simple thing, my brother draws his firearm and he points it at these kids. And he says, how about I put a fucking bullet right between your eyes? My moral foundation tells me that my brother in that situation is acting antithetically to the well-being of myself and those around me, including himself. And in this very in this very difficult hypothetical, I need to neutralize this threat in any way that I can. Now, here's where things get very ugly. Let's say it's 5 kids. My brother has some kind of psychotic break.
Yeah.
And he puts a bullet right between the eyes of the first kid. I draw my gun and I point it at my brother. And I say, put the fucking gun down. Put it down. Drop your gun right now. He shoots a second kid between the eyes. this is in that hypothetical in that. Let's
hypothetical.
Anyone else?
Shoot those two.
I don't necessarily an interesting thing iteration like, but I would think the gun I'd have to have a react. So it's one of those scenarios.
Hypothetical.
They might have. Yeah,
people breaking up to help their family.
Your impotence to tells you to do, and they say that is okay. So the reason is very suffering. Right. So yeah, our responsibility of that action and to them. Not.
I'm glad we're kids. They of the typical care in that movie where Joe Pesci, those guys are to they protect him over anything.
Thing because gang members and so things are, but you need to environment is for group to actually to be as a family. But I hold just want to got enough money they can actually.
I think you're getting a little bit away and telling him to get fuck you situation. I say you have that situation. My moral thing. I want to. It's on the live Miller Desired Family Land. If anyone has anything specific.
Talking about relationship you have and family essence.
Against and that person thinks, well, because we do in a way that's for ultimately. It's
so family, but relationship with every member.
Us to what usage were.
I don't really think about that a lot. I did say family, but
the follow-up question to this, you think?
God.
But first,
can we talk about something else?
Bruce,
I think being why that works is because tomorrow or better today than yesterday, I ought to do
family. Go ahead, Zach.
I think we're forgot about morality. Ambition is second place.
Thick of that.
That's
all foundations.
Morality of
say in response to that.
The moral foundation.
Secondary. Here's the words you're and engage with your.
What's your objective in life?
When you're saying what moral foundation. Well, why in the subjective we'll go to desire. Able to speak right now.
Same, my boys.
Committed is the familial, but I'm
many consequences from their actions. It's my responsibility.
So that's like you did your and cover up what you and your boys are after.
Me too. But incept that you all are separate, are a part of me, and
so we won't get now
parents and listen.
Yeah, and formulating here. Drive him to the police from my brother shooting children. Now I'll throw this one at being high importance.
I'll just speak from experience. It's probably in social status.
Here.
So but if you just
you're essentially individual. I'm not moving.
A stupid haircut as a way to grab
philosophy about stoics. Others.
My mentality.
Question to you.
I think that they go to the main man. Yep. The Pythagoras theorem is.
Yeah, look at things. Let's look at some. They spend more time on, and some people's the newest
fucking unique game
inspiration from video. That video brain. What I can get. It's a good over.
Less knowledge and strategy and how vastly important learn is through play. Because if she does that,
they're not providing together. They're well fit
for the car.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm saying that video games is a productive.
What people fits deal with the problem. Is that what you're saying, Bruce?
People that would say the motivation behind it is
who still play traditionalists or point at some chess. Why? What you're the chess where that
someone that's not successful
not play video games.
Usually when someone says there's something else in your life,
I think Bruce, as long as
context to that.
Well, a lot of times that is
true. I for sure I'm like a man. Okay. Let's make I have taken on as a man, and that lifestyle is not a person who's so
you're making they try to case, but I'm saying and they are making a bad example.
I'm going to say we have a problem with video games. They have which it may not be games. Or instead of blaming, your parenting.
We're looking into whether this
an answer for why someone's his medium, and not to say that like prominence, the reason it's a symptom, but people, it's not.
That is the conclusion. You could just
people saying
in 1 year out tend to allow more
part of the accuser,
So one thing we did do, what we speculate was we were speaking within or bring up any your chest subscriber. Just go to Peterson was again. Oh damn! You do have to be a
You
web
said
article.
with a go-
Having our Q taught who makes predict him the lines of where they.
Stupid question is when people can give what a tree is. The objective line tree before saying that's
About people.
But on top of that,
Yeah.
having the new of a sleek looking this false idea that they are great.
monkey growing.
It's a little egg
Really?
that you get.
And he's asking what's more, saying like morals.
We're not getting into like you can get any.
You don't need to get into
being in order to have a whole, because when in
Have you learned
like
and intelligence, type version,
or your ignorance? All hard
have a moral imperative.
a car, he thinks the car is going to eat him, and they see more. Your mind's morals.
The model that person
You don't get so
in the past, which was.
Can you pre not making a choice?
Don't know murder is evil.
Understand that the whole
Don't look at the word. It said more advancing and going in at that and burning them at the same. That was what morals through their feeling.
Take my point, please. But yeah, I wasn't arguing against you, so like
you can't intelligence to.
Oh man, I go, if you do this, give me your money. It'll be so diamonds and a saying, and they know that. They think they're making that are unreal, that align with
your emotions. I would say they're acting out of their own gullible enough to get scammed.
You would love.
I'm interested.
Right. So
yeah,
there's
but
no point saying. No, it is. It is. I think it's really
conversation, and maybe that guy meant some different definition of those two things.
Trying to right. Yeah, person who has much degree in it. It's not love.
I don't think he has a method.
I think I sneezed in the conversation.
Survive is in people who were in being more passionate, emotional with the dinosaur. They ended up just.
That makes sense as well, but people were more empathetic originally. We had too much in the beginning.
Right. So we
yeah. Well, something like so.
And yet they evolved that empathy.
Hominids had. You don't know if we take. So
it's not pure.
The standard of caring for your fellow man is beneficial.
Also, we found a fossil that had an infection, like they broke the traditionally, and stuff like that.
Something else that could have been fear than they did then.
I would think more empathy than us. They would have had and had broken skulls.
I'm not following that logic at all. Is that what you're saying? If they were
societies
in empathy, so I think is being aggressive and like policing system
within society
had empathy would have cared
differently. Probably that was just a Tyrannosaurus cat or whatever, and environment just take from causality, stuff like love and emotions, and it's more connected. We trade with each other. We more mutual than fighting, because you
per capita today.
Actually,
it connects people.
Mine. No one is telling me what we're more.
Connection is more empathy equals more like something to like. If I heard
navigate this through, so when we talk capacity and the capability to like say that, are we more empathetic or are we other, or are we having
that was the case right now? By identifying with productive civilization advance.
We're not previous to the Bronze. In the Bronze Age, we were trading big time.
We're raiding each other, and wasn't
we're
there
not talking about what we're capable of, Copper versus killing Afghanistan and human capacity for empathy. We all
could easily do that if we feel like it.
We didn't have much empathy.
In civilization,
that was exactly what he said. And
but he was unempathetic. He said that, hello. We are.
Yes, and you.
That I'd be running at you with a spear then.
I think she
was talking about the individual.
Evolve. So
you could listen to the word, Ola. Was anybody talking about I is more empathetic and connected than
the people who are less like that would less like
the advancement is giving us, and what it's claiming as a Stone Age actually. So if you use a travel time, the same capacity and empathy as we just have an ability to expressing.
Nobody
empathy,
said that individual discussion being had.
I think you're yelling. I think you need to take.
It's actually being said, and
I think she brought it up. I think she was
in prolonging.
What do we mean by empathy? The capacity, same capacity. But now, because of technology,
what's the point of the conversation at this point?
The thing is,
and we
don't know.
Empathy to someone in China, the way.
Can I say one thing? I'm not there, but of connecting with others. I'm just saying more positive existed in the past is why we
conversation, honestly, like what we talk.
Systems work, and we don't need individuals.
Like society is
is
like an environment, right? So when you have the pre society selected humans, you kind of have all of them from the ones that are exactly like a tiger that will literally just attack you and eat you bare fleshed, all the way to the ones that are like, you know, Einstein and Newton and stuff like that. And out of those, that like once you build your society, evolution selects based on the societal pressures. So if there's a niche available for like a psychopath to make lots of money and do very well, then there will be a continued population of psychopaths.
I get you.
Yeah, sort of. Even if like there's, because I believe society definitely selects more for non-psychopaths.
Let's put it this way: I can just go outside and bash old women in the head and take a lot of money, make a lot. You know, just easily do that. Why not? There's so many of them out there.
Some people
and become very successful.
I mean, the funny thing when you mentioned the historical war and conflict, and you mentioned now like the recent 50 years of peace, relative peace. But what's really interesting about your perspective about empathy, that we actually, I guess, we gain more empathy or something, or we have expressed more empathy, that in the last 200 years, this is where the most atrocities and horrific things has actually happened to humanity in a very, very global wide scale. You have the world wars, you have the exploitation of like Chinese, the Eastern, Western Asia. You have the slavery in Africa. All this happened actually relatively very recently compared in the human history. So I don't know when you say that we're living better and better off. At that time, they still had trade, some semi-global trade, and now we do still exploit people. A lot of government and a lot of lobbyists, they still lobby against climate change.
Well, we're not
and
really
we
doing
still
genocides
impose
and massacres like in the past, though.
Yeah, I mean, like in 200 years, I don't know how much past in that, in your opinion, is. I mean, the last World War II we had, or the Cold War, it wasn't that long enough, or the Vietnam War, for example, and the
That's a good
Iraqi
point.
War, and the Libya War as well, let alone the Syrian War as well. Like, we still do horrific shit. I would say our capacity of doing horrific things as well
It's great.
exponentially increased.
The option is easily there.
Yeah, my point would basically just be that overall there are more empathetic people in society. Like you might still get systems where
a few
like
nuts.
Hitler. You might get systems like Hitler had going, where he'll convince a bunch of people that X moral system is the correct one, and then they'll go down that path. But outside of like in the past, it was literally like. In the past, it was literally like we were coming out of the forest, and so the tigers had
There's a counterbalance.
Yeah,
there's a counterbalance where people would see that, and then they'll see we should gather together for the benefit of the whole and push back against that. So they get weeded out. Because you're going around saying, okay, I'm going to bash old ladies in the head, and you might be like very successful and do things negative, but there's always an opposite to that potential where it'll go against you and you'll be locked up, and you don't have to be necessarily doing evil stuff like that, but anything negative in general, society will try to rise up, and that's what's being done now. People are just, what they don't think is right, they push. They align. A lot of them aligning who probably, wouldn't likely align in the past, but it's like a negative on the other side. It triggers people to see commonality between, each other and uniting against that threat.
Mr. Grimm, do you want to speak to the evolution of empathy? I don't know how knowledgeable you are.
That's like psychoevolution, right?
The evolution of empathy?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. Just my own 2 seconds on it would be, it obviously grows with the more that we discover, and we're always looking to grow our empathy in ways that it betters us as a society, and
that's why I
yeah,
connected to
that's about it.
knowledge. I connected to knowledge.
It
The
is.
more
It is
knowledge you gain,
absolutely.
you more rationalize, and you can get understanding, and then you could, through understanding, identify in others what you identify with yourself in commonality. So you work together mutually along those terms. You don't see a person as an other, as a potential or opposing threat by differences, because by lack of knowledge, you're automatically having no difference. You're automatically having differences. So that person, by default, in potential, is a threat. And if you don't see that person that way in commonality, you gain that through knowledge and more growing and taking in perspectives of others to yourself, and growing who you are as a person.
Yeah, so I guess to speak to the evolution side of it, I would probably see it as something that is a survival technique. So not only can I read somebody and their mannerisms, like, hey, watch the fuck out, there's somebody behind me or something behind me, but I also see it as when somebody is talking about something, I understand the fear, I understand the sadness, I understand the happiness, and now I'm able to really understand and mimic the emotions within myself, that when I'm dealing with X situation, I've now ingrained that situation into me, so on, so on. I think we've now used this more to communicate better, because it's not about trying to, someone talks about, oh, I went to the park, man, it was beautiful. Oh, what park was that? Oh, it was a park over here, dude, it made me feel blah, blah, blah. And you want to empathize, you want to be like, no, I went to that fucking park, right? Or you hear, oh, don't go to that place, this guy's a fucking asshole, he's a total prick, this is how he treated me. And you're kind of questioning, their character versus another's character, and it gets a little bit more socially complex in those realms. And that's what I mean.
And you set a standard that you'd want for yourself as well, because you set a standard of being okay with people around you. Now you could less likely not have a fear of threat if you sit down on a stool by yourself, that one of the people might take a club and just bash you. You no way think that, so you sit more at ease and just do whatever you're doing, your work or whatever, and not think like, like a potential fellow person that the people who you connected with is just all of a sudden going to shoot you or something.
Well, you speak of the violent nature of lack of empathy, like psychopaths have they just can't empathize. But I think that's just a small portion of what empathy really constitutes, and it's about the interesting aspects of really all of it. Like, yes, there's the extremes of the psychopaths that don't empathize and someone's going to bash someone's head, but
there's a few of them.
Most people that lack empathy are just not cognitively aware of a situation or a room. They're almost stupid in a lot of ways of saying, naive, children-like. And so their emotional awareness is really just not on point. And then you do have the extremes of these, psychopathic people.
So you're saying they're stupid in lack of understanding?
Most are. I mean, most people, you're talking to them about a subject and you're trying to get them intrigued, and the only thing they're talking about is themselves, what they do, and they might ramble on about another subject, and go off tangents, things like that. Those are people that are not really empathizing with the story at hand or with the situation at hand.
So if you have lack of understanding and knowledge, that'll therefore make you opt towards thinking emotional as a substitute for your ignorance. And that would have you be thinking through your fear of hate and thinking through fear and hate of what you don't understand, of what's different.
Knowledge is tied to it, but I think that there's an emotional aspect, right? I think it's more of an emotional skill that you have to work on.
But your intellect and knowledge are connected, though, because somebody can say something that emotionally sparks you, but you have to respond in an intelligent way. You can't be too rash or too.
what I mean by that is, like, if you have a psychopath who knows the thing to do is smile at you when he meets you, he's gonna do that, but he doesn't understand it, and that's why he's a fucking psychopath and nobody knows. It's because he's gonna smile at you. So he has the knowledge. The knowledge is
I
there. He knows
understand.
exactly what he's doing. There's an emotional side too that it's not there. I'm not a psychologist,
see.
so that's like, I don't know what the fuck is broken in those people, but some people just are in their own fucking daydream as well, as just a standard. Yeah, they know what to do, and they're, smiling, and they're great people and they're good extroverts. They know how to act. They just don't give a fuck about you, and they're just kind of stupid and thinking about their own self, and I do this, and they're not psychopaths. They're not going to kill you, not going to hurt you. But this is a lot of society. You're talking to them about a serious situation, and they care more about the Starbucks, opening up down the street.
And the thing about that is, I think about that with some wealthy people. It's kind of like, how much more money can you rake in? Shouldn't you care about the society as a whole advancing? Because you could have that create a cure for cancer or whatever it is in advancing. So when you're 70 and potentially get something, you know what I mean? And where you cared about causes, maybe somebody might have invented something to save your life. Instead of you tearing down everything and one around you, you try to. Some rich people are like that. They're more about like going towards causes that they believe in. It's not just about like just buying nice shoes and nice cars as much as possible. Some of them they you know what I mean? They actually do have some causes and like why that's I don't get some that are like that. Like they want you're connected to society. People can create and innovate and do good things that you can experience that you never experienced before. They can come up with a cure that you never. So I don't understand why you downing it and shitting on it and trying to you know what I mean?
Well, I'm not downing it or shitting on it.
I'm talking about like people who are wealthy who see themselves completely separate from society, and the gains in society could. It's kind of like a horse and buggy guy. You know what I mean? I make a lot of money, and I'm going to stop technological advancements and innovation of transportation because I want my buggies to sell as much as possible. You're seeing the short picture, man. Yeah, it's
what you have is what I assume with most people that have that, why they have that is just pure laziness. It takes a lot of effort to focus on somebody, and so sometimes when you have somebody who's wealthy, they will donate and put money towards a lot of organizations and things like that to help the world. And what I see from the people that I've met personally that are wealthy, they'd rather put all of their empathy in a basket, put a price on it, and ship it out the door, because now they can not give a shit about their immediate world because they're doing big shit on a big level, right? So who gives a fuck?
They're kidding themselves, though. They're kidding
themselves. There's not much damage to be done on the short term when they just don't give a fuck about their neighbor. They're making big moves on the long term, and
when society advances, you advance because you're in it. Its progress is your experience. You're enriching yourself by being a part of it instead of being separate and wanting this feudal system of people being as poor as possible and you being as wealthy as possible in your horse and buggy industry. If I had a choice, you know what I mean? I wouldn't do that. I'd want the threat. And if I'm weeded out, then good. You know what I mean? Somebody invents the car. You get what I'm saying? And humanity can move freaking forward. I have to. I want for myself to change and adapt and grow. I should be okay with that, because you're not separate from. I don't get people that you get what I'm saying, though. You shouldn't be
those people. I do get them because I empathize, but one thing is that
it's like wanting the medieval age to stay. You get what I mean? Because you're a king and you got a mountain of gold. You know what I mean? But being today, I'd rather be a regular person, living the experience of society today than back in a past like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm wealthier than everybody. I'm sitting on a pile of gold, but that's not really wealth. You get what I'm saying? It's the experiences of life that are wealth.
Yeah, I think that's coming around with our generation. It's we're a little bit different in that aspect. Some people are still living in this caste-like society where there is the entrepreneur, the wealthy, the working, and the poor, and they were born underneath that
I get you.
understanding. And
But
so
you
it's
should
really
want
hard when
civilization to
they're 60,
advance.
70 years old and making $1 billion and donating to
to break
causes,
from it.
and they still don't understand that, you know, the person down the street is just as important as they are, if not sometimes more important, you know, but they don't happen to donate. So, you know, why should you care?
That's liberal humanism argument, right? That you should get away from this feudal mindset and more invest in a person where you can get more growth from their mind, from their perspective, you know, from equality of opportunity to grow and to end up innovating and you know, productivity and.
Well, they also
And
didn't
then
have the
advancing.
internet where they understood society the way we do. You see, the one of the things that's really interesting is listening to people that are about 10 years older than me in the political arena, and in the, you know, high-end business arena, is how much they've had to move. And a lot of times they move to cities. And in the cities is where they learned equality. It wasn't in the rural areas. See, the rural areas, they really didn't understand what it's like to have a gay neighbor or to run into, you know, an interesting conversation of a lesbian down the street or a handicapped person or an influx of Hispanic and Black people.
I like how you mentioned society. The city,
Yeah.
because
And
the
so-
city been like that for centuries, by the way.
So let me finish my point. So what's interesting now is our generation is exposed to, you know, extreme, you know, kind of some really reminds me of almost Greek-like, but ways to communicate on just radical ways of the internet and Discord here and cell phones and TV and instant data, that the city is now in your front door. It's in your living room and you're watching it. And now you get to make better judgment with more information based off that. And there's your knowledge information situation again popping up. But and through that, our generation has actually seen more equality and more empathy for equality rather than our fathers before us, and more so, I would say, our great grandfathers who, you know, had to deal with some really heavy racial inequalities. So
yeah, and inequality expanded the equality. It really crossed among many different groups. You know what I mean? That ideology doesn't necessarily have to be in one. Because before you had slavery in the past of people enslaving each other, and then it went to serfdom, and then it went to you know, large slavery, and after people revolted against that. In liberal, you know, in revolts, and but the thing about that, when you mentioned the city, that what a lot of people did as serfs, they escaped from their lords, and they went into the cities, and that's where the word citizen came from, because they got their freedom that way.
So I guess a question to the room is, when does so much empathy come over us that we see a radical way of living? And like, here's an example. We realize that we empathize so well with harmony on Earth that we just can't do it. We decide to leave. Might as well go to fucking Mars if we can't maintain a harmony with the Earth, and we just see the Earth getting to a disastrous and more disastrous state like that, right?
Yeah, you have to try. You have to fix it. I get what you're saying. I guess there's nothing you can do, right? But I mean, there's no choice. You have to do what you can to fix it.
So Jainism might be an example of empathy gone cray-cray, because they basically empathize with bugs and bacteria to the point that they don't want to, like, they will go way out of their way to avoid killing a cockroach, just because the life of the cockroach is equal in value to cells.
No, that's too extreme.
But like my personal morality is kind of there, except I add some stuff to differ. Like I have my own perspective, so if the cockroach is gonna infest my home and give me disease and eat my food, then I'm gonna have to kill it or move it or do something. But Jainists will like not do that. they won't have those structures built on. They will have their absolute is that life is like important. It's empathy. Empathy is their number one motto, as far as I understand. I could be wrong. I've never actually met.
No, what you're doing is right. With your priorities and how you weighing them, it's a threat to your family and possible disease. So you're going to kill the roach. Nothing against the roach. Personally,
the one way that I would argue is that humans do one thing different than any other animals on this planet, and is that we adapt nature to ourselves rather than adapt ourselves to nature. And we need to realize that we are part of a harmonization on this planet, and this planet will either kill us in return if we do not continue to harmonize, or we will get to the more extremes of survivability until we destroy this planet and just happen to survive on it like any other arid planet. So to do that, we need to empathize, yes, but at the same time realize. And the realization is how you control your empathy. And say we need to kill animals, and we need to create trash, and we need to, have an effect on this planet in a way that is not disastrous, but has a harmonistic footprint, in a way that's not too extreme, but we still impact it. Okay. That life will still die on this planet at an extreme rate as much as it's being, as much as it's evolving.
I get
every
you.
day. So being part of that kind of stuff and realizing where those harmonies are is where our knowledge and the science and everything like that will start to come in.
Exactly. You don't have to approach things in a negative way. That's bad in its outcome by not connecting with the planet. If you connect with the planet more and being more technologically advanced, you can approach things in a more positive way. That
and get fucking 10 built together on
board.
Oh
crap! You ever heard the song Taz Sleeping Satellite?
What?
Tasman Archer's Sleeping Satellite.
No. The song?
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually not a bad song. That's what the song was about.
I want to touch back on the idea of like a lot of empathy is problematic. So like I've heard
hard to understand you.
Like a minute here, I was talking to my girlfriend, but when I'm different, I thought you were guys talking yet about the subject like when we take empathy too much, it becomes problematic or maybe sometimes destructive. And I've heard about meat eating, So is this like related to the philosophy of veganism to some extent?
Well, no, I mean, empathy, being too empathetic, like I don't think there's anything wrong with being too empathetic, but realizing what to do with empathy. Like empathy shouldn't control you in a way that you put your life on the line for something that maybe a hill you wouldn't be worth dying on, but at the moment felt like it. Or, empathy could be doing something that you felt was right, that you wanted to help, but in the grand scheme, it's not good. Like it's going to cause more problems where there's obviously a better way.
Yeah, that's fine.
So things like that, where rationality controls your empathy, like rationality and intelligence, and even some ways emotional intelligence. That's hard to find really what that is. Controls your feelings. Right, that is the controller of the what they call the lizard brain in the back of your head, of like you can just go off your feelings all day. I feel like this, and I feel like that, and you just be a dumb monkey again. There's something innate in us that we have that, and it's up to the educated people and the intelligent people that understand how to control themselves, whether it be emotionally or through science or even through Christ or through whatever religion you want as well. I agree to those too, that you're a better person and control your emotions, and empathy as well, because you could be empathetic and you could harass somebody, so.
Do you
I
draw?
just want to help you. Fuck, and they're like, leave me this shit alone.
Do you draw any distinctions between drives and emotions?
Yeah, I think emotion isn't like I think when you have a lack of drive, your empathy towards others starts to also go down. Like, why should I give a shit? Is really the thought that kind of comes to my mind when I went through depression, where I had to like relearn emotion in a lot of ways, and it was like I don't. Why the fuck would I give a shit about anybody? That's what
Interesting.
happens, man. Give a shit about yourself.
Because I don't that's why I don't quite understand why would be I don't grasp the idea of too much empathy. I don't realize that there are people there. I at least haven't met them yet. They're too empathetic that they're becoming destructive. In the sense of what do you mean? What do you mean by empathetic then? Because as we understand it, is like some type of capacity or capabilities to care about each other, and the methodology how you care about people and how you end up helping them is what's important then. It is very important for people to care about you and we care about each other because it somehow helps us egoistically in the sense of self-preservation. It helps us even flourish in current societies. So when it comes to the idea of a greater empathy and empathy for all humanity, and sometimes empathy that also uh, you know um, includes other sentient beings, maybe not as intelligent as us, that is still fine and totally realistic as well. I don't consider those are too empathetic and becoming destructive at any point. That's why you end up with people entering the military or the police force. Of course, I'm talking about the people who have certain objectives as to care about their own society and protect their own families, and also for the mother or the father sacrificing themselves. Some people do, some parents do, for the livelihood of their own children or their babies sometimes. So I think empathy is quite important. Sometimes it becomes dangerous if the idea not of the empathy itself, but the implication of empathy. How do you apply your empathy on people? And that's what's problematic about it.
Yeah, I kind of what do you it interests me what you was saying with empathy for everything all around, not just you but the planet as well, in feeling the same way.
And that's come from knowledge and intelligence as well.
Yeah, for your feeling the same way that you would to others, that feeling the same way to the planet that you would to others, because it's for your benefit as well.
To my benefit, and there's some type of realization, or let's say transcendental moment, where you realize that there is suffering, there is pain, there is death, and you have been thrown into this reality without consent to some extent. You just came and you realize that you're living in this reality, and you are in a place like the same as others. There's no one is between us is a god or an immortal or a sufferless being. So we need to somehow, once when people understand and realize this thing, I think we'll become more connected and more understanding of each other, and also towards animals as well.
Yeah, I understand. Having being understanding to another would set the standards for that to you. So you shouldn't have it be separate from you, because you want to be treated the same. You want others to treat you. I mean, you should treat others the same way that you'd want yourself to be treated. So you should have that be the standard by living by example.
Yeah, not only living by example, but how do you empathize? Now, the way I do it is I meditate and I think about conversations I've had with people, and I go over them again, because I don't get them right away sometimes, or sometimes I'll be talking and think that we're having a good time, but then I've maybe missed a few clues or something like that this person is actually dealing with some interesting things and I need to possibly reapproach.
You try to understand
right.
knowledge wise and logic wise.
Yeah, because sometimes you're just go. Oh, that guy told me a bunch of information. I handled that information. I juggled it real quick, and then I went on to my next, and adventure, whatever it may be, and you don't realize that what that guy gave you was quite important. And sometimes I haven't realized that until a month later, and I'm just like, oh fuck, I need to fucking call this guy again. Like, this is what's going on. And sometimes, you're really disconnected. Like I've caught myself when someone was just like, oh, and then this happened. I'm like, oh, right on. And they're like, yeah, it was fucking terrible. And I'm like, oh, why the fuck did I say right on? Like when I say, oh, that's awesome, or oh, okay, that's cool. And you're just like, I wasn't listening, or just wasn't paying attention to that last 3 words. And so it really shows you that you're just really not emotionally involved. And it's an effort. It's a ability to switch your brain, literally brainwave wise, in a different pattern thinking, because you work off alpha and beta waves, when you're awake. And I believe alpha is, just like your normal day-to-day routine. Sometimes people are zoning out, like when I'm talking right now, and I'm not talking really directly, but to a room, or when you're driving down the road, you don't recognize the fact that, the past 5 miles because you've driven it so many times. And then you have beta, which is when someone says, hey, how are you? Or, oh, what is that like? And they're asking questions, and your mind is switching over, and it's extreme focus. And if you're able to do that and practice that with somebody talking to you and switch over to an extreme focus of that beta, as if I'm asking you a question, as if this is the most important thing on your plate right now to focus and to put your mental resources towards, then that's the practice that you need when someone's speaking. And it's actually the best habit of the elderly, and it's something noted that they're watching in psychology from certain ages, of like 40 to 60 are people who have extreme focus, which is why they will outdo most kids coming out of college in a lot of the same arenas, is because those kids in college are multitaskers and they think they can do it all, but really they don't focus. They focus on achieving little things, while the big guys are like, yeah, anyway, if you actually saw the bigger picture and focused on it, and thought about it and took your time, you'd actually realize that you can actually do leaps and bounds instead of a bunch of million little steps. And that's really interesting to learn about on a psychology standpoint, and going, oh fuck, like it's going to take literally switching my brain pattern, my brain waves in order to achieve something like that. And that's what I had to do. It's crazy, but it's also natural. Every part of growing up.
Yeah, I mentioned that song Sleeping Satellite because it talked exactly about what you're talking about society advancing and being able to overcome what could potentially go wrong. Hold on, just a quick listen out. I think you heard it before.
You just post it in the chat. That'd be fine. No, just post it in the chat. That'd be fine.
Oh.
If you want to refer to something or an article, just post it in the chat.
Yeah, don't forget.
I'll just do it real quick.
Don't forget the stream is still on. Like we don't want copyright shit stuff.
Okay, never mind that.
Yeah, man.
Pangburn, you want to chime in at all?
Yeah,
he fell asleep.
Part of the section of it. Tasman Archer Sleeping Satellite, it says, and when we shoot for the stars, what a giant step. Have we got what it takes to carry the weight of this concept or pass it by? As in, let it go, or as in just ignore the problem in passing it by, or trying to live up to the goal of solving the problem and not being able to. It says, like a shot in the dark, missed the mark with a sense of adventure. So it's talking about like possibly leaving the planet if it like, well, what are you gonna do if everything is bad with the environment?
But you can't fuck up space, so you do that, or you go to a planet and you go fuck up an already arid, shitty planet, right? So I mean, that's kind of in theory, that's kind of the plan, is that you leave planets alone, and because once you get and I mean the plan is in, like, what I've heard and kind of seen on, and people chatter about and talk about on a larger level. But imagine on our planet, yes, we've got 8 billion people, 8.5-ish right now. We get to the 10 billion, which will probably about even out around 10 billion. Like, it's going to be hard to be like, we're going to start exceeding 10 billion by the time you already have, like, people leaving the planet. And there also, I think Bill Gates was talking about it might even come back down. So anyway, point is that let's say there's just an order in the future, and you've got people on Mars, you got people on Earth, maybe some on the moon, and we got facilities or environments and caves and things like that in those planets. Maybe there's an order in the future when we become, type 1, type 2 here, that just says leave all the planets alone. That's a place for vacation. It's like the forest. You pack in, you pack out, right? And that's and where you're going to live and what you're going to do is either space or a planet that just doesn't worry about harmony. There is no life, right? The only life there is you and maybe the life that we bring, and we're able to manage that life. But other than that, it's like, it's not survivable. So, there's those concepts, there's those ideas of just like, maybe we just leave. If we're not going to conform ourselves to nature, then at some point maybe we should just, be nomads and be the explorers that we are.
Yeah, society advancing as fast as it'd be nice if society like did what it can to advance as fast as possible technologically. And
I don't think it's a
becoming
good
like
idea.
what you.
I mean, you could literally you could live off. You'd probably live off just an asteroid ring. Just mine the crap out of them. I'm curious if you
because
can,
the more advanced, the more the more you enrich your life becomes. So technically, the more you live. You know what I mean? By the speed of it advancing, you don't necessarily have to live like what people experience in the past of 5 years going by. Relative today, people experience way more. It's not like when you're traveling to the other side of the planet, you have to take a year to do it. You do that within a week and be back. So your time is your perception of time is different than theirs, which is much slower because they lived a more slower life, and there wasn't as much of enrichment of doing things. So really, we're living at a faster pace in time. We're actually time traveling because society advances faster than how it normally did in the caveman days. So, a lot of things that people would do would take way much longer to do it, but you can sit on your butt and you can do a lot more things in productivity. You don't have to hunt your food or anything. Just right on your butt. Order, do this, do that within 5 minutes.
Can I say something regarding like human advancement and societies advancing and so on? I think if you watch Sam Harris or even Jordan Peterson, they touch upon the wisdom, about how we use technology and how we ought to act and all those kind of things. Is that advancing technologically is preferable, but without the right mindset, without the right attitude, this thing can be hugely destructive. We have yet, like, it's true that the more technological advancement we become, the more ability of creation and creativity we get. That is true, but also on the parallel, can I finish my point, please?
Sorry.
And also on the other side, on the parallel, also the ability to destroy also exponentially increase. I would even argue the ability to destroy things in our world is far more easier and less sophisticated than actually creating more things. So I don't even say it's a ratio 1-to-1. I would say it's a ratio like, if I want to give it a guess, is like 3-to-1 or 2-to-1. So this is like very problematic. Upon that as well, the little wisdom we actually gain, the little thought we put into technology's advancements. You have social media, you have the hyper consumerism culture. You have the idea of commodifying relationship, connections, people, jobs. We need yet to actually advance morally speaking and culturally as well before we can actually have the right attitudes towards our newly advanced utilities and technologies, and otherwise we will destroy ourselves in no time.
Advancing technology would be advancing of your knowledge and logic that aligns with morality, because you'd be developing deeper understandings. You don't have to opt to do brutal things. I guess your potential is there, but the potential is also there to not do that as well. And it was
so.
I disagree. I think the guy who invented the nuclear bomb was he was very well aware about the consequences and the magnitude and the danger of such technologies. It's not to say that also advancing technologically will give us some new type of knowledge. Of course, it will give us new type of knowledge. But we're talking about philosophy now. We're talking about ethics. How we ought to act, how we ought to move towards in the future. What's the objective, the end goal of humanity? What's the end goal as an individual? What is an individual? Without actually having a fully grounded, sufficient understanding of those concepts as a society, you will end up with people in a position of power losing the shit, not knowing what they have to do or what they ought to do, and literally driving our civilization into chaos and misery. You need to have a sufficiently educated, and philosophically founded civilization, or at least the intellectuals to some degrees. Then we can actually lead a country and civilization in a really good way. Otherwise, we're going to destroy ourselves. It doesn't matter how advanced you are. If
I
you have a
understand.
monkey driving a Honda, or a monkey having a launch code of your nuclear weapons, they're gonna fuck up. It doesn't matter how advanced technologies if your philosophy is not advanced yet.
But to get that, you have to be intelligent to get the nuke.
Not true. A lot of philosophical advancement has been already done 1,000 years ago, my dude.
Let me speak on this if I can. There's obviously a lot of fears as we advance in society, but it's not like all of society is advancing. If you want to go live like a caveman, you can find a place to still do that. And anywhere in between, honestly, I mean, there's plenty of civilizations still that are living quite anciently. We just see the advancement of the first world nations, how fast they're running, which is interesting. And so we'll always have a place behind us to go and maybe shoot into a different direction if we realize there's some issues. There's always some really good outs that we're creating for ourselves. And morally and ethically, we're advancing faster than we ever have as well, as knowledge is coming down the pipe. So really, there are fears to understand, but because we understand those fears, we see them, gives us already the options in front of us to pivot and move, as long as we consistently understand the risks of taking risks towards betterment of advancement in education and science. Because we might scientifically find out that we have to just treat each other in a completely different way, and that's what is better. Like I said, hindsight can be troublesome when
His
you
points of morality.
realize the best thing. Yeah, morality is one way too, but I mean, if you advance so fast, if you advance society so fast that a bunch of primitive ape-like species cannot keep up with themselves, they can barely even fathom. You can barely even fathom your town. How are you supposed to fathom all the creatures on the planet? How are you supposed to fathom what you do on an exponential scale to the environment? So people do have to collectively start to understand and be educated. Hey, here's the bigger picture. Here's how to understand the bigger picture. So of course it's always there, but we should advance as fast as humanly possible. Exactly. And we are, and we will. And
well, I disagree on that one.
Can I respond to that, please?
Hey,
Let me
we won't
respond
have
to
a problem.
I agree with advancing phenomenally, but not humanely, I would say.
Let me respond. Because when you advance and you have a lot of people that are primitive that will do crazy stuff, by society advancing as a whole, and those people who are backwards in it, they'd have no choice but to adapt to it. You know what I mean?
You can't go around.
You can't go around sparing people like a caveman in acting like a barbarian today within society because it's so advanced. So
You
you
don't need to
can't
be a
apply.
monkey to fuck off. We're talking.
But
Are you familiar with the concept of the
I'm saying
philosopher
because
king?
society is more advanced in how it is. You can't. It will change people to have to adapt to adapt. You can't act like a primitive caveman running around sparing people. In today's society, you'll be out like that. I mean, even people that think like that right now, and they know if they go out the door and they just run around sparing people, they just get shot dead. Because and society just wouldn't be cool with that. It'll be harder to live. It'll be harder to get by. You'd have to adapt. You'd have to. That's the thing. Like scientific revolution, it forces you to change. You can't be primitive in the past, whether you like it or not. You have to adapt along with it.
I absolutely agree with you, but I'm tackling a specific issue we're having currently now in the modern age, which is technologically we're advancing rapidly in the concept of biology and chemistry and CRISPR technologies and also AI warfares and cyber attacks and so on. The people are not keeping up because we are limited biologically, and as well, the people are inventing in the frontier of science. They're inventing in a higher rate. They're highly productive people. They're inventing a lot of things. They're making a lot of new shit as well. Now the problem is we can't keep up with the proportional
No,
power that
man.
we're at.
It will
Can I
take
finish
care
my
of those
point? I
fears.
want to finish my point. We're
Sorry.
not keeping up with the wisdom of how to use things and the proportional power we're getting. You as an individual now in this modern age, if you were to have the same knowledge and go back 500 years ago, you would be literally seen as a god with with your current understanding of reality and environment and nature as well. The idea is you as an individual now, you have so much power. We as a society, we have so much power, yet we have little wisdom on how we ought to act and how we ought to use this power productively, safely, and humanely to actually make sure we're on the right path. The same thing when happens with actually launching nuclear weapons, biological warfare, cyber attacks, AI attacks, all those things. They're not being even discussed politically and globally yet. They're being touched a little bit by some human rights. Even the people are not fully aware of it. And that's what I'm saying. We're not keeping up with the technological advancement as a society, even if they have some individuals who are keeping up with those advancements. I'm talking about the societal level because when you end up with politicians and leaders and lobbyists who have different incentives or ignorant about the matter, we're gonna destroy ourselves. That's why we need all people to equally or to some extent be moderately educated and wise enough.
I understand your concern, man, and it's completely valid. And that's how come I was saying like a lot of those things that were barbaric in the past, more when society was advancing.
You have flat earthers and climate change deniers as well.
It was suppressing those things. Over, yeah, it was. The more society was advancing, it was suppressing those things. So people that wanted to be like barbaric and enslaved and stuff like that, but society advancing and industrializing and changing,
It's not about them choosing. Listen, you as a human, you have been evolving since 600 fucking million years or so, from like a fucking microscope and into a fish. All I'm saying is we're talking about a different paradigm. We're talking about a different reality of phenotypes and technologies.
I understand your fears.
You can't force people. Hold on, it is a valid fear. We already experienced it in the World War One, World War Two, the Vietnam War, the Cold War. And even though climate change, you have political leaders and presidents who actually doubt about climate change, about anti-vaccination. It's a persistent problem we always fucking face. It's not just a fear out of thin air, my dude. I'm telling you, our advancement in technologies is too rapid, too advanced. People are not coping with it, not because they choose to, it's because they don't have the ability to.
They have to adapt.
They have to adapt eventually, but at what cost?
Well,
at their
what's
own
the
cost.
other option? Like I feel like you're arguing
slowing down
towards
advancement.
How?
No,
I don't think we can.
It's always
no,
death.
we take away our focus from particular industries and
advancement
and we put more focus on advancing society.
No, you speed
educating
it up.
society. Yeah, I'm saying advancing society,
Like,
wisdom, and philosophy.
Well,
You
like
speed
I
it up.
agree with you. Well, like we should be investing in education because the technological situation we're in could end up being one of the great filters of why we don't see aliens because they reach Twitter, and then they nuke each other over Twitter or whatever the situation might be that ends humanity or alien life. Like I agree that might be an issue that we're facing, but I don't know if first of all, I don't know if it's possible to slow down the rate of advancement outside of making some sort of litigation against using technology. And secondly, I don't think it's necessary. I think we can do both. We can educate people and
continue with technology. Continue with.
You break it out, Dallas, too. Cut out completely.
Try to say something.
Okay,
hello. Good.
I'm pretty cool.
Good.
All right, where was I?
The last thing I've heard you saying is we need to advance in both things, technologically and socially.
Okay. Well, that was pretty much that was pretty much it. And I think science can be used to inform the social advancements that we'll be making here on out, because science is a subsect of philosophy. In a way.
That's why we need to focus philosophically, importantly. And I agree with you. Like, the thing is, we already have the sufficient reasoning and knowledge to address this issue, and we need to take it very seriously, because we yet have to solve the idea of dogmatism and radicalization in ideologies, which is very niche topics that only people in highly academic are fully aware, and to the on application, like, for example, Slavoj Žižek is one of them. He talks about like the sublime object of ideology and so on. And we also need to actually not just invest in education. We literally want the advocate people educating us, not any education, but philosophers, scientists, not any like premature individual who just graduated from university and you want to go and educate just because it's profitable for him. We need to put profit aside, because it's a matter of existential to me. And a lot of people share my opinions as well. Even the scientific dude who actually Travis interviewed about climate change. We have still huge amount of people denying climate change. What a surprise. It's because those people are not keeping up. We need to have them keep up.
But what we're doing right now is technologically advanced by communicating right now in how we're communicating.
We're philosophically advancing now. We're expanding how we
No, I'm
ought
saying
to
through
act
the internet
and shit.
and on the phone.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, yeah.
And planes and cars. You like your phone, right?
Hold on. Dallas, you're really hard to hear. You went far away.
And your cell phone.
We already have those, dude. What's your point?
You're okay with those things. You're not anti. I mean, like, if you in the past would have been against it, right? What we're
of course no.
now.
Of course, absolutely
exactly.
No, it's not exactly, my dude. I don't think you're realizing what I'm actually saying. I'm saying the advancement in technology is not one-to-one ratio of how we actually advance philosophically or wisely as well.
It's not.
There's a potential of good too. People, what if cures?
Dude, absolutely, it's a potential of good, but it's about risk assessment as well.
So risk assessment is where I work in professionally, and what I'm trying to say is that if you what I understand on that is that just look at the degree at which we have been able to keep up, right? We've been just fine so far, and yeah, they don't equal to the same, but they also don't excel at the same rate. We're not going to excel as fast as we did between 2000 and 2010, maybe as fast as we did between 2010 and 2015, or 2015 2020. And maybe we're not seeing the same acceleration rates. The same thing is going to happen on the same rate of understanding morally and ethically what we ought to do in order to kind of manage it. In fact, a lot of ways, technology ends up kind of creating problems, and then we kind of come behind and say, what's the best way to handle these problems? And it's really hard to foresee the future. It's a lot easier to understand what the future has done and how to then provide solutions that won't cause those problems again. And that's really what we see on a consistent level. So far, we've been pretty good. So let's try not to dog it too much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
the
trend
idea
the
is
trend
not
line was
we're not trying to
positivity.
get hit by it. It's just like the COVID experience. We're not trying to lock after we get hit by the COVID. We try to prevent it. I don't think countries and societies are actually equipped enough to actually, or even resilient enough to actually hit by some technological advancement and another industrial revolution in the sense of like AI is taking jobs and so on. I don't think the society is ready for it, and that's the problem. We're not conditioning society appropriately and adequately.
The
So,
trend line was positivity, though,
well, hold on.
throughout the years, and we have the advance in medicine. You know what I mean? And by technology being more advanced, we could treat illnesses not like unlike the Black Plague. People like were dying in large numbers because it was so.
That's fine, my dude. That's not that's irrelevant,
It
honestly.
was a positive trend as things got more civil. The less things were I get the potential of what you're saying. We should always keep that in mind. We could wipe each other out through tech, but I mean the trend line.
Right. I think what he's more along the lines saying is, let's look at the revolutions that have changed our economy over the course of time, and the last two being the industrial and the post-industrial right now, which is a computer technology revolution, unnamed at this stage, is right behind it, 100 years, right? Where the industrial revolution before that, I believe, was the agricultural revolution. So it's thousands of years, right? So it's hard to measure. You're saying, okay, so the industrial revolution took over and it completely changed society and the way we do business and brought about new governments and new economies. And now we have this technological revolution, which we don't know what to call and really don't understand it, but we're learning it really fast.
Information age.
It's an information age, yeah, in some ways. But it's about working digitally, and it's about a lot of interesting things where there's less people working and older people have to start moving jobs. It's crazy. So on that stage, it's going to change society, and let's say we finally get settled, and then there's another revolution in fucking 10 years. Like, oh shit, because look at the span of how fast we're creating these revolutions. Can we have sustainability there?
Can I respond to that?
And so, I'm just saying, I want to make sure I steelman him correctly in that thought process. Is that somewhat close to what you're saying, Zach?
I think you missed the point, but I agree with you. Like to just rephrase, just think about it: technological advancements and sociological, societal advancement. Philosophically speaking, it's not parallel. It's not one-to-one ratio. What will end up happening that the advancement in technology and the power proportional of individual actually gaining over time is not proportional to the wisdom and the ability and the knowledge they have to actually how to use it and how to act. This is where we're falling off. Educationally, we're falling off. Philosophically, we're falling off.
Can I respond to that?
Socially, we're falling off. And those things, even though the technology can help us to, it's not helping us at the same rate as I see it needed to be.
Can I respond to that? The age that we're in now is the communication and information, and that is good because by people's minds connecting, we develop understanding between one another in identifying with each other to more work together as more work together communally in a mutual beneficial way in being more knowledgeable and logical towards addressing problems in overcoming them than being less connected and being more ignorant like people were in the past because
can you just tell me what are you arguing exactly? I don't think you're disagreeing
technology
with me.
of communication is beneficial. By the rapid advancement of society in technological communication growing through the internet, it's beneficial because people could communicate more in exchanging information and adapting each other's perspectives of others to your own. That will expand your mind so you could approach things in a more mutual understanding, moral way, because a lack of knowledge and a lack of processing it logically in order to address things in a rational way, it would make you therefore be more moral, because by lack of understanding, people more are negative in how they approach things because you just do away with what you don't understand by not by ignorance because it's not compatible with you.
Honestly, I don't think you're addressing my points at all. I don't think you even understand what I'm talking about. Like,
I
honestly.
didn't make any sense at all.
No, I understand your point and agree with you. I don't see like
I'm showing the
point.
benefit of technology with the with the technological by the information age and communicating.
I haven't said anything bad about technologies. All I'm saying is that we haven't been advancing psychologically, philosophically, adequately to actually become appropriate users of those technologies. I'm not denying the benefits. I'm denying the consequences of so much power individual can gain and have of the rapid advancement of technology, yet the same individual is not advancing how he ought to act in a particular society or change his objectives and motives. Like
your
now,
skepticism is being addressed by communication.
Not true, because
through the internet.
The same problems are still alive. Okay, you may end up with an individual capable of manufacturing bombs and drones by himself. He doesn't even need an external help, and yet he can launch a cyber attack and a physical attack on a wide scale and wipe maybe an entire city. That is very possible in like the upcoming years. It's not fantasy, it's not science fiction, and this is like an example I'm giving to show you that we're not actually being responsible enough to our own societies. We're not educating them, we're not conditioning them of the power they give. The more power, listen, are you familiar with this quote? The more power you have, the more responsible you ought to be.
I completely understand what you're saying.
And we're failing at that thing. Okay, then go
what
ahead.
We're doing more is where me having more of an understanding by communicating with you. I'd have less of a negative view towards you.
All right.
You know, in a negative way through communicating.
Let's
why a lot of people they saw the internet as a good thing, because when people communicate.
A little off topic.
Nivek, let's just take a little bit of a detour here. I don't know if you've answered today yet, Grim. Did you speak to the question of the day? What is important to you?
Oh, no, I haven't.
All
Sorry,
right.
I didn't know.
I'm excited.
I came in halfway, and I was proposed with an ethics and advancement and evolution of ethics side of it. So
interesting. What is important to you?
My wife, my family, and well-being of others.
Interesting. So well-being of others, that would be essentially you're talking about morality. So you put more, and this is an interesting thing that's been emerging today. It's generally what you've just outlined, and then there's a potential opportunity to swap morality and put it first after I just asked this question. How do you know how to act with regards to your family if it proceeds on your level of importance? How do you know if you don't have morality at the top of that level list of importance?
You mean like? Do you mean like doing something for my family that might disrupt the well-being of others?
Well, I would say how do you know how to treat your family properly? I would say is morality. But I think if you put them on the second level of importance, or sorry, on the first level of importance, and you start off with family, it kind of you kind of are shooting. There's a place where you might shoot past your morality for the sake of your family, and I'll tell you what I mean. I brought up a few different hypotheticals, but one is if one of your children committed a murder, or even one of your brothers committed a murder, are you helping them cover it up so they don't have to go to jail, or are you bringing them to jail?
Yeah, no, that's definitely hard. The answer is I'm bringing them to jail, because if they expected that of me, then they are truly not treating me with the same respect as I would treat with them. If they expected that of me, because that has already known of me, right? And it depends, but it depends on who the person is that we gotta why they're going to jail. But
right,
and that's my own morality, and that's okay. I think my morality is mine. My values are mine. My morality is mine, just as they're individual to everybody else, and that's okay too. I'm not here to hurt anybody on this planet. I'm here to help. And I think that to your first question, know how to morally treat my family because it aligns with my values and morality, and I empathize with how they want to be treated, and then I act accordingly with that empathy in mind of my wife and my kids and the people who are close to me that I call family.
Right.
Like to be treated this way, and it's not the same with each. Absolutely not. No one's treated the same way, and it also doesn't violate my code of ethics and my values.
So I guess from what you've told me, I would argue that you're making a moral consideration before you interact with your family, including considering the empathy of others and all that cool jazz.
Yeah, I mean, I think respect is mutually earned, and if somebody is your family and they expect you to do something because you're family, they can fuck right off, because that's not what family means. Family is a bond that we label family, and that bond is what it's important, not the label.
Exactly, I agree with that.
Yeah, so I agree with your assessment, and I think that's why when I'm asking this question of what's most important to me, for me it goes, I would say morality 1, family 2, and I do that because I see those situations where actually my morality overcomes what some might fall into a trap of, like, mob brother feeling of, we got to get rid of the body so you don't get caught, that type thing.
Travis, do you consider humanity your family?
No, I consider my and it's a good question. Like, sometimes I'll use the colloquial usage of family in the way, like, for like my friends, my brothers, my teammates, my hockey family. I'll use it in different ways, but in general, when someone asks me, who is your family, I don't include those people. I would say, oh, my immediate family are my 2 brothers and my mom and dad. So there's 5 of us in my family, is I guess how I would say that. I think if we say your family is all of Mother Nature, it just loses application. We already have other words for that.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I was mostly asking because I was starting to see a sort of family and morality being intertwined. If you're considering, like if you're saying that morality supersedes family because your moral structure, is beneficial to society. Well, if you're using that definition of family, that would friends and teammates and stuff like that, then that kind of your extended family umbrella kind of unfurls over all of humanity. And so in that way, you can kind of say that family comes first still. It's just my moral system is based off of family rather than.
Yeah, so I would say my family gets here's where why family takes one step higher over the rest of society, because in a matter of, am I going to save this person who I do not know when I have to choose versus a family member within my moral foundation, when I consider maximizing well-being for myself and those around me, when I am faced with the decision of a mob boss having a gun, choose who lives, choose who dies, I'm going to choose every time, and that's why they are there on that hierarchy, my family member.
Yeah, but
even if it's a little too, right? Girl, friends also are at a level of that importance hierarchy, definitely. But they're not at the same level as family in my list.
I mean, can I argue one thing?
Yeah, fly at her.
Sometimes, like, what you see that would be beneficial for one person in your family, in looking out for them, by connecting with society and trying to change society as a whole in a way, would be beneficial for all of your family. That's probably throughout society, in their well-being. So I kind of approach things from an outside view in regards to my family from the outside in doing things and cause and effect and trying to change things from the outside that my family is in.
Yeah.
In order for it to have a cause and effect implication in benefiting my family as a whole, because certain probably policies or ideology or how society is structured, you know what I mean, fighting to do things that will change that would be beneficial to your family as a whole. And you might have a person in your family that would be against that. So do you side with that person because that's an immediate family member relative to society, or you side with society because society has an overall effect on your family as a whole?
And that's why you have to understand how you measure and evaluate morality, and how you scale it. So if someone and you need to ultimately take into consideration, in my situation, and obviously people have different moral foundations, but you have to take I would have to say, how am I going to maximize well-being for myself and those around me in this situation? And you have to take into consideration the variables that you just outlined and brought up. Because if you have, like you said, one family member that says, I don't want this one thing because of X, you have to evaluate that through the same moral foundation. Just because they're your family member, it doesn't mean they are correct.
Yeah.
You're
doing it for their good because you care about them.
Right, because sometimes, like, look when family members fall into alcoholism or drug abuse, someone might say it's in general, or they'll say it's best to let people do what they want, and like, okay, that's all fine and dandy until people start acting against their own well-being. Then some level of intervention is required to maximize their well-being. So, and this is why I talk about, someone will be like, well, that could just be subjective. I'm not talking about subjective measurements of well-being. I'm talking about the same thing that we measure in the hospital and from doctors and what doctors measure.
And a lot of times when people neglect, well, I don't care about what's going on in your outside, I'm just going to focus on the inside, and they don't realize that they're ignoring what's going outside of them, of society. Sure. It could probably detrimental effects down the road that you could have prevented in the past because you didn't care about what goes on the outside until it came to your doorstep and it was too late. And some people bring that argument a lot, like, that's how come you should like empathize with a lot of other folks because, you didn't care when it happened to this person, and then it grew, and then it happened to that person, then it grew, and then it happened to this person, and then when it happened to you, you're coming to everybody and saying, hey, help me, can you care about me? But you didn't in the past when you could have.
Yeah.
And not giving a damn. But now it's too late.
Yeah, what you're underlining is that ignorance can exist in these situations, and of course you want to be operating. You need to understand what is going on in reality, and if you get that wrong, you're likely going to make some mistakes. So you want to.
It determines your outcome. Yeah, if you ignore reality, it will determine your outcome. It'll pay you a nasty visit.
People can also get lucky too.
Yeah, Try to change your environment.
Can I ask the other guy who was talking, what's your name? Is it Zet?
Yes, it's me. I mean...
Yeah, when you're talking about how, what is it called? It's because someone didn't do it before, when they could have helped someone else. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like, you know that sometimes it depends on the situation. Like, if a situation's too out of control where you yourself can't control what's happening, all you could do is respond to what's happening and stuff like that. So if you yourself...
Are you talking to me or to Nevik?
I don't know who said that.
I think you're talking to Nevik.
Yeah,
Was it Nevik? Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
so my whole point is, let's say for example, if you're in the Titanic, you're flooding, or everyone's or the ship's drowning, shit like that, and you're trying to get you and yourself or your family members on the boat, and you're doing that over the other people. Are you a bad person for not helping the other people? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying asking something, like, it depends on the situation. When you're asking for help from another person, if that person's able to, then I would not call them bad. But I'm saying if it's out of their control where they have to survive
I get
on
you.
their
I
own,
get you.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The immediate in that time is different than you just going about your life
Yeah,
in
if that
general. You
person's
have to
not
choose.
restricted, if that person's not restricted to making hard choices for themselves or the people they care about personally, then I wouldn't say they're a bad person. But I'm saying if they willingly choose not to and have no restrictions or any negative outcome to helping you, then they're, in my eyes, a bad person.
Tough.
And that's how I would respond to your comment. Yeah. I feel like I ruined the tone. Did I ruin the tone?
No, not at all, man.
No, no, no,
keep
you're fine.
going. I like hearing from you. I'm just listening.
Yeah, that's a pickle.
Oh, okay. Well, I have nothing else to really say. I don't know.
So
if you guys...
did you answer the question of the day?
Oh yeah, I did.
You did. And let's just throw this around the room. What are some other things that are important to you guys? They don't have to rate very high, but just tell me about your lives. What drives you to move around? What's important to you?
Myself.
Yep.
To a degree, other than the well-being thing I told you about.
Yeah.
Like when it's in the point where someone's actually able to take care of themselves and shit like that, then I put myself above others. Not in the sense of I'm selfish, but I would care about my own desires when people are given the option of, you know what I'm talking about, when you're trying to, I don't know how to word this, when you could be more helpful to other people and stuff like that. But if I have my own goal to be a top entrepreneur, if that's my goal, I have to make some sacrifices to that and not to help people. I don't like, those are type of things I might want to do in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So my own individuality, I could say.
Yeah, I gotcha.
What about you?
Things hockey. I love hockey. Hockey's important to me. Playing video games is important to me.
Oh, we're talking those lines?
Yeah. That's the question of the day. What's important to you? Sex is highly important to me. Women.
I'm too young for that.
Women are highly important to me. Friendship kind of is. It's not really that high. The friends that the really good friends I do have, like we spend a lot of time on the phone talking and hanging out and stuff, but it's not very many for me, the friends that I really keep in touch with. So yeah, what else can we throw in there? Water, fishing is important to me.
I'd say my health.
Your health, that's a good one.
I don't know, maybe my own entertainment, in the sense of liking to
are...
go out, play basketball, or just go out for a run, or maybe just a walk, taking walks, having alone time.
Cool.
Away from other people.
Yeah.
I think most of the answers that have been given are pretty low on my totem list.
Yeah.
When I hear that kind of stuff, I think being alive is the first thing that's like the most important to me. Is like, first off, being alive, and then might come water and food after that one. If you have to think about the extremes, I could live my life without video games, even though they're super important to me. I can live my life without sex, even though it's important to me.
Guys, there's a difference between doing things for survival and doing things because they are important to you.
Yeah, your own self-desire of that thing.
Yeah, like it's when people are listing the things that are important to them in their life, food might be one of them because they really enjoy food. But they're generally not going to say things like water because it's something, yes, the body needs, but that's not really within the context of this conversation.
Yeah, you're really going off wants.
It's not
really necessities.
Well, no, not really. It's like what, and it's like things like family, like the things that are important to you in your life. When we're having like, when you wake up, just go through your day. When you wake up and you're going out into the world, what are the important things that drive you? We have moved past the stage of our evolutionary history that we are worrying about getting our next drink of water. So what are the things that you know?
I always try to grow my knowledge and my understanding of things, and try to connect to gain new perspectives. So I feel like I'm growing as I'm expanding as a person. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not just the same. I always like won't want to feel that being important to me. You know, so right. I like to connect a lot with whatever, and not always having the same perspective, but I see that many perspectives being adapted. It grows me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the same person, so
yeah,
that's why I'm online a lot. I always want to like look for something new and interesting.
Right.
I don't know. To me, I'm a like what is called, other than talking about this stuff we usually talk about here. I like to talk about characters from fictional series and shit like that.
Cool.
Power scale.
Nice.
Stuff like that. I like to watch anime, manga, stuff like that.
Cool.
I don't know if you guys do, but yeah.
I would say in that realm, I'm really into Magic the Gathering cards. I have a collection. And my collection, I would say my collection is important to me. I haven't sold it. I always like looking at my cards, and yeah, it's something I've always kind of enjoyed engaging with. And
how long have you had it?
I've had my collection since I was in grade 5.
Oh,
I've been collecting
nice.
that long. Yeah, since I was in grade 5.
I've had mine. I'm the same way. I've had a bunch. I haven't sold it. I got a bunch, and I just kind of put them up, and I've had them since grade 7, grade 6.
Yeah.
What are they called?
So
I might be too young to know.
So Magic the Gathering,
card game.
MTG. It's a card game.
MTG for sure, for the hipsters.
Yeah.
I thought are they literal cards, or is it like a board game? Or
it's like Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like it's like an adult's version of like casting spells. You play the game. You're a wizard, and the spells you pick up from your deck are your hand. And that's basically the premise of the game. And so
like you'll like cast land to then cast like creatures on that land in a way, you know.
Yeah,
and you'll
this
attack
looks
up,
cool.
and you have like spells and stuff as well that work, and artifacts, and you just have so the board in front of you is just a bunch of cards, just a card game with a bunch of cards. It looks like solitaire out in front of your face.
Damn, no, they do look cool.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, it was interesting because they had such epic, artistry and the way that your cards like did different stuff, and it was really like the first card game that really came along and did that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah,
it was really a way to take kind of the Dungeons and Dragons nerds and like give them something more tangible. It was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my card collection, and traveling too.
Right.
That one's important to me. I like
Oh,
traveling.
that sounds
exploring.
interesting.
Yeah.
What type of places do you travel to?
I've been around. Like I've been down to Australia. I love London, England. Been up to Norway. Been to Alaska. Been all through the United States, through Canada. I've been down to Greece. And so along the Mediterranean there, I've done quite a bit of exploring. What else? Down to like the Bahamas, St. Lucia, in the Caribbean.
Wow.
So I've done some traveling and I love it. Like I love exploring like so many different sceneries, and also the museums, like the natural history museums. I absolutely love. And there are like London, England has some amazing ones.
Hey, Terrence, can I speak to that? I see people, what they're doing now is they're living life differently. They are not like waiting till they're old to travel. It's like they're doing all three things at once. They are connected, like, yes, digital nomading, I think they call it. You connect online, you make money online while you travel, and you're educate, and you can do your education all at once. So you're not waiting till, you get to your 60 and you're old, and then trying to experience things by traveling throughout the world.
Right.
At that time, you're now doing it while you're young, and so the way how people used to do it in the past, that's starting to change now because people are more connected now through online. So they're digital nomading. I'm kind of interested in doing that. Actually, like traveling, learning at the same time, and making income through the internet at the same time.
Where have you always?
But I don't know how to do that.
Yeah. No, well,
I watch YouTube videos a lot on it. People just like, they're all over the place. They're just hopping wherever they feel like going, and it's like, this is how you do it. You make money online. They show many ways of passive income while they're running around and they're swimming and they're jumping off cliffs and doing all types of things. They're making income at the same time, and they can be connected to the internet and still getting their education. They're doing everything all at once simultaneously. They're not waiting throughout many years to a certain point. You get what I mean? In how the traditional way was in when they're old. And a lot of people say, I'm not going to do that when I'm freaking old. A lot of those things that people do when they are old and they retire and then go and travel, to hell with that. I'm doing that right now. And a lot of people feel that way, and I kind of see that as interesting.
Yeah. So where have you always wanted to travel? What's one of the places you need to see?
Yeah, I guess like in the East, Japan.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. I haven't been to Asia yet, so.
Anyone want to help me with lotioning my back?
Yeah, I'm on it. I'll be there in 5.
Travis, you do kind of things like that, like make money through passive income, like within, I don't know. You could like selling and.
Yeah. So my brand and the work I do, everything I do, if I'm doing philosophical coaching, business consulting, producing live events, which I produce all around the world, or doing stuff like this, building the Pangburn brand. Everything is portable for me, so I can essentially work anywhere with what I've built for my career. It's
What inspired you?
Well, I've always had I've always wanted to do to make big positive change in my life, and of course positive being based in my moral foundation of what I believe ought to be. So the destruction of anti-science, spreading
kooky conspiracies.
skepticism. Sorry?
Yeah, crazy conspiracies.
Yeah, conspiratorial thinking is generally not good for the prosperity of humanity. So
you want to disinfect it.
Yeah, sure. And then I also have a just a passion for wanting to improve individuals' lives any way I can. I've always had that passion, and I get a lot of pleasure out of helping people. And so whenever I produce a live event that people say like, this is my this is the best discussion I've ever seen in my life. I think it's so important. That's the kind of stuff that drives why I do what I do, and it has nothing.
And connecting with others,
and it has nothing
expand
to do
your
with,
perspectives.
It has nothing to do with getting famous or getting rich or anything like that. Fame for me would be at like basically at the bottom, just to reference today's question, at the bottom of my importance hierarchy. And of course, money, any little bit of money I can raise for these causes or make through a live event investment is really going to help me be able to do more and bigger projects and some dreams I have for expanding the brand. So I'm inspired like anyone my inspirations are artistic and scientific, and I think that's everyone. People are inspired by what is going on, and people are inspired by what they think ought to be, and art sits right on that ought side. So
the best ideas come from open, honest discourse.
Yeah. In general, for sure. Sometimes humanity gets really fucking lucky and stumbling onto something, but yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to a senator this morning, and he was just like, basically saying he's like I can't believe that when I got to Washington, he spent a year talking to people in Washington, because he says when you're a freshman there, you kind of shut up, you don't really speak, you can't refer to your elders. Like, I spent a year interviewing people, and then I finally said my first words on the floor about a year later. He's like, I couldn't believe the sheer lack of open discourse.
Yeah,
like people just argued and tangents and ridiculousness, but there was just no good discourse on the Senate floor, and it just disgusted me.
Flinging poo.
Like, fuck.
The chimp, I call it chimp talk. I see it in politics all the time. It's just chimps flinging poo at each other, and I'm just like, guys.
And that's exactly what I meant as well. Like, look at our political environment as well. It's not advanced enough for our technological advancement as well.
Part of the problem is old people are generally in politics at those high levels, and old people, I don't know if you've realized this, but old people tend to, they come out of university and we are going to be those people in general one day, but
we're also going through a revolution, like a technical revolution.
There is.
So it's almost like the old people of the Industrial Revolution to the new age kids that are like, oh, we can start doing workforce and 9 to 5, and they're like, no, fuck that. You should get down with that serfdom, and that's the best way. And you're like, what? And I'm gonna go get a job. They're like, I don't know what that is. It's that kind of shit. It's creeped me out.
Yeah, totally.
And my response to expanding of technology in technological evolution of communication, bringing people together, addresses the concerns of it being a threat. You get what I'm saying? Because by communicating, they are identifying in their commonality, and they're not at odds in othering another person. They through communication, they're gathering knowledge, and they're getting understanding in by communicating and working with each other.
Sure.
Mutually. In Pangburn, when you talk to a lot of people, your perspectives was you adapted perspectives of others as well, right? In your communication with many people, right?
Yeah, well,
like,
I think I've garnered, through my years on this planet, and obviously a lot of this is sitting on the shoulders of giants, but I think I've manufactured and garnered a simple system that people can walk into and be well if they adopt, understanding, sorting out, understanding what is, and understanding their moral foundation, and always having it open to skeptical inquiry. That's where a lot of the religious people fail. And then sitting above those two things, you have skepticism, which is the mechanism we use for sorting bullshit from reality. It'll just remind you to question and continue to question anything. And it's a good alarm system for bad ideas, because as soon as someone comes along and says, you can't question that, that's when you have an enemy of your skepticism. It's an alarm system for bad ideas, and it doesn't mean you run from the bad idea, but one ought to engage in the war of ideas with that bad idea, and that's what I think, and that's how I see real progress has happened throughout the history of humanity. It's the most important ongoing war.
You know what would be a more powerful system than that is if you create a system for others to duplicate the system you have.
Huh? I don't get what you mean.
Meaning that if you gave them the tools to do what you have, and then it would spread like chaos, or spread like fire, and create the chaos soup of open conversation. So meaning that, inspire others to inspire others.
Yeah, and that's part of what this conversation enlightenment is. And it's all based, as far as I'm concerned,
with tools,
in skepticism. Like, it's the people out there that have been fighting on the front line, like Richard Dawkins is an obvious example, for his entire life out there on the front line saying no, kids, it is okay to question anything, regardless of what your parents tell you, what your pastor tells you. Keep asking questions. It's one of the most fundamental mechanisms of the scientific method that keeps it great.
Hey, Travis, the two sides of negative things are being done right now with tech. You have like what you're doing in the battle of trying to promote fact and reasoning out there. You have other people utilizing technology of what the other guy was mentioning in a negative way of trying to spread what you despise, which is craziness. Yeah, and it's almost as if they're winning at times. Sometimes they win.
I describe it as anti-science, and I also include that in the moral spectrum, because as far as I'm concerned, we should be using science to inform our morality.
I saw that question asked to a person, like a tech guy. He's like, "Is tech good?" And he says, "Well, it depends what you do with it. It could be done. It's a tool. It could be done for good. It could be done. The information age could be done for good. It could be done for evil.
Yeah.
And who wins out? Who knows? People are. You can tear society down by just spreading enough. I always thought because society is more connected, more positivity would spread in communication, and it's almost as if the Jim Jones out there. Cooks, it's like, oh, we're gonna get this, and we're gonna say all of this craziness. It's like, damn.
I have a question when you're done with your thought.
Yeah, let me tell you, man. Positivity is on the rise, and it continues to be on the rise for humanity. Sometimes we have these little dips, and we go through these stages of dark ages and things like that. But if you look at the full scale of how humanity has grown to work together like we do now,
the trend,
it's amazing. Yeah, yeah.
The trend.
Yeah.
It's been growing.
Oh, yeah, man. Like,
so you don't fear you're going to lose, Travis?
Oh, no. There's no fear of losing. I'm just
no. I'm saying you don't think the crazies are going to win.
I'm just trying to usher forward the inevitable a little bit quicker. If we look at history, skepticism, science, and reason propel itself forward even through it, even if it has to sneak its way through forward through Christianity. Like, it finds a way. Like, it's one of the most powerful forces of nature, and it comes from the fundamental drive within many of our pleasure drives to want to understand what is actually going on, and that's where the scientific method comes from. Sorry, go ahead, Grim.
Have you ever feared that? Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think science is the only thing that should drive us towards morality, or do you think there's some other components we should add with it?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't say drive. I said inform our morality. So, but driving us to be moral, you essentially have to start off, and this is one thing people who subscribe to the maximizing well-being moral foundation, they forget to talk about the two presuppositions that they're starting with that seem to be almost 100% universal through all human cultures in all of human history. There are a few strange outliers, and some individuals have ended up killing themselves, because we all know about suicide. But the fundamental presuppositions are, in general, life is preferable to death. The people who disagree with that likely are dead. And then the one after that is wellness is preferential to sickness. So those two presuppositions, I think, ought to drive whatever moral foundations people come up with. They ought to be driven by that, and they essentially are now. And then from that, I like to ask, how can we use the objectivity of science to inform our moral decisions? And Sam Harris, with his moral landscape, laid out the landscape for this and made the argument. And I believe he was correct. And this is why I call Sam one of the most important thinkers in the past 100 years for he's in the top 100 in the past 100 years for humanity, for his work here, just to kind of actualize this. So, and it's the fundamental reason why I worked with Sam Harris, was because of his work in this area. I trust his skeptical inquiry and how it's led him to this moral foundation. He knows how to think.
I think that the idea of Sam Harris is really interesting and really what do you call it, incentivizing to actually discuss and talk about. But it just like, I don't think he's adding anything new to, honestly. Like, he just saying that the reason how we approach medicine and hospital is that we have an objective in mind. And he also make the assertion and the assumption that maximizing well-being, and that's what he talks about, maximizing well-being as well.
Yep.
Is that if you have that objective in mind and that, that goal in mind, then science can literally inform us. And I don't disagree with him. I actually agree with him. But science can truly inform us, like, what is actually bad for us, objectively speaking, and what is good to us.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yeah, and I was just going to add that allows us to make moral claims. If your moral foundation is basking in maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you, you can actually make moral claims saying that is immoral to do to your child because doctors and the hospital will measure that to be antithetical to the child's well-being. And that's why it's a brilliant, and that's why it's a brilliant moral system. Tyke Meissen, welcome.
I think, yeah. it just like the thing. Like you're familiar with the is odd problem, right? Like how we can get from a descriptive statement to a normative statement, and that's like the
Yeah,
underlying issue still.
yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey,
And that's
Travis,
what I meant. Sorry, go ahead.
A lot of people are doing negative things with tech and being canceled. You think that's you think that shouldn't be the case, and everybody should just be internet should just be a free for all, a complete free for all,
No,
or these companies cancel?
Yeah, so you don't want. Yeah, I don't think you want complete free for all. The harassment law is a good thing as far as I'm concerned, and the West gets this right. So if you can demonstrate harassment in the court of law, then someone should be charged with harassment. And this isn't someone's flaky version of, oh, I felt harassed because they looked at me funny. It's not that. It's demonstrated harassment, legally defined. And then we go to inciting violence. So it's a good thing that we hold people accountable, like in the case of Charles Manson. If you are able to ideologically radicalize your friends or a group and make them go out and do your bidding and kill people, there should be a law that would not just have him as the accessory to murder, but also for inciting violence. And you can take less radical approaches to that. Like if a parent says, what should I do about this bully at school? And a parent says, fucking kill him, because that's what I wish I would have done with my bullies. And that kid goes and kills them. There's going to be an incitement of violence charge to that parent, and I think that is moral and righteous.
I feel also a proposition to actually, I've seen some people talk about it, and also I thought about it as well, which is very interesting, is that I don't agree with the idea of deplatforming individuals and people. The reason why we deplatform those individual and people is because we don't want new people to access their content, or to get radicalized, or to get brainwashed, or etc., whatever the reason is. So like so people are proposing is one way the mainstream platform like YouTube, Google, Twitter, Instagram can deal with it is by actually removing the recommendation, removing the listing and advertising for those individuals. They would still be able to participate in that that platform. They would still be engaged and make content, but they won't be able to advertise themselves in those platforms. That this way, their fans, their followers, they'll be able to find their leader or whatever this person is. They'll be able to find their own nutshells, and they will also be exposed to opposing ideas, opposing views, one that are less radical and more humane and more open and more civil. And that, I think, is a very good way to actually approach like censor and deplatforming.
So whatever these great platformers do, the point I want to get across to them is that if they come across ideas that their company detests, and they're in the realm of Twitter, they have a lot of different users. The best way to eradicate bad ideas is to allow the war of ideas to play out. Now, if you're doing anything to stifle that, like kicking Donald Trump off Twitter, that is a stifling of removing his followers and constituency and potentially putting them over on a different platform where you don't want to shove bad ideas into the closet. You want to put them out in the open and allow people to engage in ideological war with them. That's
alternative.
That's how you bring, alternative perspectives together. And eventually what happens as the world has become more free to do that, we get this beautiful flourishment of ideological improvement throughout the world. And we see things like religious fanaticism going way down as a result. It's not a result as for someone going out and saying we're going to kill the people like the Westboro Baptist Church if you do this. That's just going to further radicalize that movement. No, you allow them to be out in the open to exercise their free speech, and you allow people to go to war with their bad ideas.
Engage with them.
And that's what people do. And it's been great for the planet.
I would do an extra step, and I would remove their privileges of promoting or advertising their content or even reaching new audience. That thing I can't really give away, because you will come up with anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, and you have very radicalized, dogmatic people. In no way, shape, or form, any logic, any knowledge you will present to them, because I've spoken to many of them actually.
Yep.
I'm in the frontier of actually debating those people and helping them realize the only thing you can do is the people on the fence, the people that are actually undecided. Those are the people you really need to grab and put them on your side, because the people you're opposing, they're not necessarily going to listen to you. The left radicals, they won't listen to you, because they're obsessed with their own ideologies, in their own nutshell, in their own bubble, and they somehow get benefit of it. There's an identity of it. So those people, while you try to minimize their harm, you try to not deplatform them, because this will create a bigger problem, in my opinion, a long-term problem. You just take the privileges away of advertising, reaching new people, reaching new audience that they haven't been radicalized yet, and that's fine by me. They would still be able to post videos on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, but they won't be they won't be able to see them on promotions or the highest rank or the highest views and so on. And that's, I would say, fine.
It's bigger on the right though, the grifting.
You won't deplatform them like they deplatform Alex Jones. But
I
if
agree
you
with you. I agree with what you're saying. You don't monetize for an incentive so people can grift. You have so they can be more about their ideology.
I care less about grifter, and I care more about people that truly believe what they believe.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with companies taking this stance with their advertising policies. That's fair enough. It's their own companies. If I ran a thing like this, which I do have, I have, by the way, anyone listening, thewarofideas.org, and on there, when eventually I do get advertising rolling on that site, there will be no negotiation about what advertisements can appear on what pages or anything like that. It will. I think the greatest platform is when that is equal across the board, and people understanding that they're coming to a platform to engage in the war of ideas. So that's that's what I would do if or that's what I will do with my own war of ideas site. But of course, I understand that people have different tastes of how they want to run their businesses, and that's fine. They should be free to do so.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that want to be told what they want to hear as an incentive.
Yeah.
The center.
I need to go. Gonna go sleep. See you guys. Good
All
night.
right. See you.
And thanks for
Good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day. So I guess you'd say you're winning in a way with the crazies.
Well, I think I'm helping, like bringing Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, which is two different schools of thinking, two different biological forms of thinking. The thought pretzel thinker meets the authored thinker, and I think there's only varying degrees of both of those type of thinkers, and showing people examples of how these two thinkers can actually engage in the war of ideas, engage in intellectual discourse. Even seeing them do it under the pressure of an audience live on stage, which sometimes people feel that pressure, and they can relate to it. I think when they're engaging in their own wars of ideas. So I think the live events are really important, and it's important that people it's it's important for politicians. This is one thing. It's important for politicians to understand that people care about what is right in general, the truth. I believe that the earth consists of people in general who care about the truth, what is actually true. And in politics, you see a lot of politicians operating as though they think the public is very stupid, but I don't think the general public is. The radicals on either side of the political spectrum they are very stupid, but the people, the general public aren't very stupid. They don't, and I'm saying this, that I would not call them skeptics. Most of them don't have any kind of skeptical foundation, but they at least have it down pat of listening to, what people around them that have decent skeptical foundations say, like, oh, okay, this thing's wrong, and here's some evidence as to why it's wrong, and then they can at least do some basic reasoning to figure things out. And I hope politicians start catering, and I think it's inevitable that this happens, but they start catering to skepticism. Start selling that as a commodity, because I think the general public wants to see that in politicians. I really do.
How do you think the country leans? Do you think it's more centered?
Which country?
The U.S.
The U.S., because I'm up in Canada.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
So am I.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, the U.S. Well, I think voting. You just have to look at the data and how voting turnouts. How many people come out to vote, and then look at who's getting into office. Look at the smaller municipalities, what's going on there. And then that'll give you your data. Yeah, people's general struggles, and when they look at politics, the things that they're thinking of, we have very good data to show what the hot button issues, the issues that are important to them, since we're talking about this topic today, the question of the day, what is important to you, but what is important to them with regards to politics. They talk about things like immigration, jobs, minimum wage, just these general things that are really, really important to people. Abortion is a big topic. It's important to people.
I believe in being centered, and I think the nation needs right.
You think
no, I said that I believe in being centered in order to get progress forward, because you have to rationalize all things around you in a leveled way. I always use like the balance beam type of thinking. You have to coordinate. You have to take in all factors in how you position your body in a compromise in order to remain balanced. There's no bias towards the left, and there's no bias towards the right. And I think the nation is off-centered in its leaning more to the right in inequality, and it needs to have a compromise, counterbalance coming from the left. That's how come what people see as a center in the U.S., I don't see it as a center. I think their Overton window is off, and I think that the center is what they demonize as communism on the left. It's really not, because people who were were communists of the far left attacked socialism, equating it with capitalism, because they had a fear of monarchies and where they escaped from. And so people who are very far right, they equate what's in the middle as being equivalent to the left. So anything to the left of them is automatically communism, because you want the country.
I notice you really like this particular topic. You come back to it a lot. You like to look and analyze that political swing.
Yeah, I try to understand what's going on around.
Yeah.
I see all things as connected. It's not just this. I don't compartmentalize things because things have a cause and effect at reaction. That's how come a lot of people who talk about communism, America's going to become communism. I'm like, well, America, your perspective is all fled from the far right of monarchism. It didn't fled from that. You can't equate what you're going through with America. Can you please stop doing that? You're not getting an understanding of this country. What's considered liberal here is frigging radically conservative in a lot of fucking other countries.
Right.
America is not is not that. So stop. But you can't. But they're so. But and they don't even realize that their communism stemmed from monarchism extreme of their country fleeing from that. You know what I mean? And they want to go back to that, and the country more leans to that.
Yeah.
So if you really care about communism, you don't understand that the radical far right extreme is what resulted in communism by people being oppressed through feudal serfdom so harsh and so brutally that they ran as a cause and effect, of physics to the opposite end of the extreme. If you slam a ball hard against the wall, what do you think is going to happen? That's how I don't like to I don't like to view humans in a unmaterialist, like in a material way like that. But you know what I mean? I kind of every opposite extreme, you're going to get an opposite reaction. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's a connection with those extremes, and you don't understand like what both extremes are bad. That's why America was developed off of balanced governing with Greek philosophers of checks and balance, of not being biased to just one end and just being all about that, because they said, hey, wait a minute, it's going to grow so much, it's just going to start crapping on everybody and everything, and it's going to have that power is going to be absolute and it's going to corrupt. So you have to have like a yin and a yang when you govern. So you have a democratic part and you have a republic part on the other side that's majority rule, but you have another side that counters that with rules and laws. So you can't mob rule people through majority rule just because you feel like it.
Sure.
You're going to get counteracted on the opposite end with, no, that's unjust. Yeah. You have laws, you have rules, and you can't just say because he's guilty, he's guilty just because you're the majority.
I'm going to take a break, guys, but we are still live on YouTube, so feel free to continue if you wish. But I'll be back in a bit.
I'll be back in like 2 hours because my phone's going to die, so yeah. It was nice talking to you guys.
Okay, take care.
You too.
Bye.
You're on mute.